Hello guys and welcome to the last day of the CFS 25, the regional finals. We are at the last day. We've seen a lot of teams and you guys might be asking, Hazem, where's the host or where's the other analyst, since I'm both right now, since there's an unfortunate event happened to my co-analyst or my co-host. He won't be able to make it tonight, but I'm here. That's the good news. So anyways, let's move on and talk more about tonight, because everything's happening tonight. It's the final. It's been hectic. It's been weeks after weeks and days after days for a lot of teams here. So the pressure is on, and a lot of teams did struggle within the upper bracket final and the lower bracket. So let's talk more about Swam Gaming, because they took our eyes and just kept shining on and on and on. Now they did win against Supreme Stars and they moved to the grand finale. Now what does that mean for Supreme Stars? That means that Supreme Stars will have to play against EZMoney, that lost already on the lower bracket to top rank. Now every game, and I think that's something not only me noticed and not only me witnessed, but every game for Swam Gaming was an easy matchup. Now let's speak about the upcoming maps. It's not 100% confirmed, but we might see it, judging from the previous maps, judging from the analysis that we did from the previous teams. We might see Ankara, Black Widow, New Compound, Eagle Eye, Mexico. I honestly don't see Mexico happening in this best of 3 nor the best of 5, and we can see only also sub-base. Anyways, today's matchup, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to remind you that we are with a big best of 3 and a best of 5, and there's a team that is going to play not a single time, but 2 times tonight. Either it's EZMoney or Supreme Stars, and that adds a lot of pressure on one of these teams. Either it's EZMoney or Supreme Stars. Honestly, I'm not predicting anything. I know that this best of 3 is going to be a long best of 3, since we already know both of these teams and we did see. Now Swam Gaming did send Supreme Stars to the lower bracket final, and yes, tonight they are playing against EZMoney. It's going to be, honestly, if you want my prediction, I'm saying a full-on best of 3. Like, you can't predict who's going to win the first map, the second map. And speaking about Supreme Stars, why don't we look at the roster for a second? LSN, GOAT, Imagine, Brando, and of course our GOAT EEUW. I mean, speaking about them and speaking about the KDA, it always looks scary. I mean, see Imagine being the IGL here with 1.56 KDA, and the Sniper, of course, LSN with 1.68. It's always scary when you see LSN, by the way, playing with the Supreme Stars, and it was a close matchup yesterday between them and between Swam Gaming, but Swam Gaming did manage, of course, to reach the grand finale. Moving on, it's EZMoney, and here's the roster that we are witnessing. That's Wisdom, Stone, K, Logic, Ozar, and Pyrex coming on from EZMoney. I mean, you can see it from both perspectives, and you can compare for yourself. The KDA, it's a bit lower than the previous team. Honestly, I'd give it more from an analytic side from the other team, but EZMoney is just still there. EZMoney is just here to, you know, prove themselves, but keep in mind, there's the final boss waiting in the big grand finale, in the best of 5, and that is Swam Gaming. So one of these teams will have to play not only 1 time, but 2 times. And imagine the stamina, imagine the endurance, imagine the things that they have to go through 1 time after another. It takes a lot, and it's a CrossFire game. That means the first to reach 10 rounds. Anyways, let's talk more about the key players, because we do need some analysis on the key players. It's LSN from Supreme and Pyrex coming from the EZMoney. 1.68 KDA to 1.62. Of course, the AP is a bit close, 121 to 62. I mean, what we can conclude from this is numbers are a bit close from each other. We would see a good matchup. And before I even see the key players, I did say, and I did make a clear statement, that this game is going to be close. This game is going to be one of the best games to witness. It might either be better than the best of 5. Anyways, I don't want to talk a lot. Let's go to the map V2 and see what does Supreme and EZMoney have. So Ban and Pix in a best of 3 series. Who is going to leave us tonight and who's going to continue the big best of 5 against Swamp. Here's the first spec, ladies and gentlemen. Eagle Eye is coming on. EZMoney answered with sub-base and a common and a normal ban on New Mexico. Here's another ban on Port and a new combat, and that leaves us, ladies and gentlemen, with Black Widow as the decider. I normally don't predict map 3. I normally do not predict that we are going a full series. We're not going to be full-on 3 maps, but this is one of the matches that I can confidently say, yes, we are going 3 maps. We would see Black Widow, and in my opinion, the map V2 did go for both sides, and I don't think the map V2 someone did, or some team, whether it was EZMoney or Supreme Stars, did win it. Honestly, I'm super excited for tonight's match. And I'm super excited for the best of 5 that is coming later on our main event. I remind you that in this regional finals, you have to go all in. You have to show us what you have. We did see a lot of teams leaving us, and now EZMoney and Supreme Stars. Without talking a lot, let's go to our casters to cover this game. Casters, you can have it.
Cheers, brother. Good job there. Solo man in the desk as well. Not an easy task by any means, but we're going to kickstart things. We're getting ready as well for the final day here in North America. And Cal, this is your region. These are your boys. Give me a little bit of a rundown of what to expect heading in towards our first game of the day.
Honestly, I think this is a great match to kick it off with. I mean, you've got 2 fairly evenly matched teams. Of course, Pyrex, though, yesterday, he put up 45 kills in the lower bracket semifinal, so I'm expecting a lot from him today. That was a scary good performance to see him unleash, but obviously, you're at another caliber of team that he's going to have to do that against today, because honestly, Supreme, they've got Brando, you know, long tenure playing with Famous. He's going to have a lot of strategy he brings to the table. On top of that, they have LSN, who I would say outside of Kai's is probably the strongest sniper in the NA region as well. So definitely favoring, I think, of this one on my end. Supreme just slightly, but EZMoney, if they can play their cards right, this could be a very close game.
Interesting as well, really early doors as well, to see that double sniper coming on out as well. So that could be quite spicy. We see it make a bit of a difference, especially in the West League. You know, teams like Gaming Gladiators, I think, are the best example of it when they get Spoxy and Flex both running it. So it can make a real big difference. We're kickstarting things on Eagle Eye. Big fan of this map. I think it brings a lot to the table in terms of, I think it allows a lot of individuals to shine, and I'm looking forward to seeing what this one is like. EZMoney, though, they've got a lot to do to prove us right. You know, we're kind of coming in towards this game, seeing them as basically the underdogs here.
Yeah, 100%. They have their work cut out for them, especially getting past this double TRG setup is going to be a bit of a challenge, but you can see Supreme going for the aggressive play over towards the B bomb side. It's going to be Uzair holding down the back of site, trying to get something rolling. Nothing going to happen. It's actually going to be Aner who leads the charge with Brando to clear this one pretty comfortably. The smoke screen comes down as well. You can see Wisdom trying to poke his way through the GR spawn. Finally able to go for the swing. Pyrex good for 2 before going down, but it may not be enough here. Logic and Stone, they've got no clear path to get this control back in their hands.
This feels a little awkward now. And another shot that'll come through as well. So all down to Stone. Not expecting really anything here. 1 versus 3, and sure, damage has been dealt, but I can't see a world in recovering this. It's going to be a nice start as well. Let's have, they know where he is. Down goes Stone, and that'll be the first round on the board. BL off to a nice start. Exactly what we want to be seeing as well. There's a side that we have quite high expectations for. They want that revenge as well against Swamp a little bit later on, and yeah, that's going to help every day of the week. So, ultimately, the kind of start that we're expecting of what we would consider the overdogs.
Yeah, honestly, this is going to be a tough one to deal with for EZMoney, especially when you've got Imagine hitting shots like that. Already 4-0 on the board for him. Really doing a lot in these first couple of rounds to cause trouble, and that's with LSN not even coming to life just yet on this map. So if you're EZMoney, you've got to find a way to shut these TRGs down, because that's something this team, I think, is going to have as a little bit of a weak point, because Supreme, they've been putting in the work. They're used to this new meta. EZMoney, they formed 2 days before this event began, and I don't know if they're going to be fully used to the new gun meta, because this is a big change for this team coming into it.
Yeah, probably safe to make some assumptions that, if we're being honest, it's quite loose in terms of the calling style. The synergy might not quite be there, but I'm not going to discount them just yet. We'll see what happens. What a good start, though, as you mentioned. Opening kill very, very early in towards the round. It just gives a nice little kind of prop up to start things off nicely. 1 minute 15. We'll go a little quiet as well. No real move needs to be made by the BL side.
Nice little push coming in, though, through the windows. It's going to be LSN looking for something, but Wisdom, he's going to sneak underneath. Misses a crucial fight, though, to go his way. Uzair and Logic on the quick rotation, though, able to find themselves 3 kills already. I'm not sure what they were looking at on the retake as well from Brando and Aner there, but unfortunate timing there. Actually works out really well for EZMoney in this one.
Nice work. I mean, especially in a spot where, if we're being honest, things felt very, very janky from the very start of that round. That's a nice little recovery, and it is proof in the pudding that they've got at least enough tricks up their sleeve to put pressure on towards that BL side. So, nice work ultimately. Not their map pick either, so if they can bring anything to this, that would be huge. They're able to scalp a map here as well. It changes up the feeling of this series quite significantly.
Yeah, I feel like at the moment, a lot of this is going to come down to the strategic side of EZMoney. I feel like their team that, with some of the experienced players here, they do have a really good read on a map like this and how to rotate and make sure they have successful retakes. So I think that is the strength they have to play into, because shot for shot, Supreme is a really challenging team to go up against, especially when you have that double lane control on the snipers. You're going to have to fight it off. Imagine, you can see he really wants to take a fight onto anyone over towards this B hotel, but it's actually kind of a distraction as well while they go through this 3-man push here. Stone, he's going to be overwhelmed pretty soon with 4 players, and they're just going to use LSN as that kind of bait and switch over the A long angle as well to maybe get something going in that direction.
Yeah, I like it. It's got plenty of time to work with. No rush by any means. Supreme, at some point, got to make a decision about where they want to finish. We're just creeping towards that minute mark now as well, and it stays eerily quiet, if we're being completely honest. Starting to set up a bit of a move now, but a smoke down as well, going to try and keep them at bay. Who's not making a move of his own on towards bridge. This could be quite interesting. He could catch a hotel player in transition.
Yeah, Uzair, the timing has to be perfect on the rotation to help out Stone. Otherwise, he might go down really just untraded, especially off of that flash. He's completely blinded, but actually is still able to get the kill before going down. Uzair, good for the trade. Now LSN causing a little bit of trouble on the back line. Good for 2 kills as well on the entry. The follow-up with the pistol going to be almost perfect there on that retake position. And now Wisdom, he's able to get 1, but he's down to just 10 HP left to work with. Imagine as well, the snipers doing all of the work here for Supreme.
Okay.
It's going to be 4 kills between the 2 of them and the round.
Yeah, that's what you want to see. Nice aggression, I think, being shown really early on. Supreme kind of clawing back around that. They would have wanted to have closed out the previous one, so they kind of take it back in blood, which is nice to see. Thing is, what's the response going to look like on the flip side? Looking at EZMoney to try and do as the namesake says. And a nice easy round in response. Kind of go toe-to-toe back and forth. You know, especially when you're coming in as its underdog, all expectations are that you are going to struggle in terms of, I think, maybe a bit of the control, a bit of the understanding. Forming only 2 days prior to the tournament. Like we said, we're not expecting big things for the synergy, but as a whole, so far, so good. Damage dealt towards Imagine. He's lucky to still be alive.
Yeah, you can see there a tough fight. Imagine and Logic both going down to about 10 HP. Got to be careful for the remainder of this one. Brando as well, though, might eat that nade. Has to get out of there. Taken down to just about 60 here. But Uzair, he still wants to take this fight here. Has that M14 ready to go on the swing. Not going to get anything out of it, though. An unfortunate timing there. Logic, TRG in hand, misses the cross shot onto Brando, who's able to sneak past and get that hotel control now. Supreme, they may have a little bit of map control, but the HP still doesn't look the best for them in this round.
Yeah, it looks a little bit dicey now. They've got to be very careful. They've essentially got to try and punish off the back of rotations. Brando is going to get one. That's going to help. Still, they really can't afford to be in a trade battle by any means. EZMoney, play this right, they should be fine. Of course, now especially that they got the numbers.
Ooh, good trades there, but still not enough for either team to feel confident in the round just yet. The C4 are going to get scooped up over towards the B Hotel. LSN, though, this is the angle that's going to be tough to fight. Pyrex spotted on the other side. LSN, though, taken down to 1 HP, but with that TRG, there's still a chance. And Pyrex, the whiff on the nade, that's so unfortunate. It actually would have killed LSN, but instead, they set up the trade, and they get the job done. It's going to be Mina there for a nice little two-piece to finish it off, but that nade could have changed everything.
Yeah, that is probably one of the worst times to mess up a bit of util like that as well. That nade alone probably would have got at least a kill, if not actually damage on towards the second. They were kind of grouped up. The spacing wasn't fantastic there by Supreme, so they get bailed out. They get very, very lucky that things go wrong. And ultimately, that's how fickle things can be. Fine margins, as I said, nice find to open things up.
Yeah, this round's already looking like a tough one. Pyrex, he's kind of the last line of defense here already on the A bomb site, stuck underneath the stairs, but Brando doesn't check the position, and Pyrex somehow able to get away with murder. 2 kills on the board. Now LSN knows he has to find a way to secure this trade, but Logic is already on the flank on top of it, gets himself a kill. Uzair finds the trade, and now somehow it's already just down to Mina with 10 HP. Things have gone south, and it's thanks to Pyrex showing up again here. 45 kills in 2 maps yesterday, and he's starting to do it here today again as well.
Yeah, you kind of talked a big game about him. Not somebody that I've been managed to catch just yet, and so far, so good. The fact that we are proving once forth that toe-to-toe nature, but also I think he was so calm in that, you know, kind of clutch situation. Sets himself up quite nicely with that pistol kill, but I think he puts himself in a really good spot to punish there. So, all played. And EZMoney not backing down by any means. Of course, them coming in as the underdogs got a lot of sort of pressure on their shoulders in a way to try and overperform. And so far, I'm actually impressed with what they're bringing to the table. They look quite calm under pressure, as we've spoken about. I think they look pretty decent in terms of their more macro understanding of how they want to set themselves up in rounds. There's a lot of nice things to take away from what we've seen so far.
Yeah, definitely some strong rounds from them. The big thing I want to see them adjust is these early rounds. They've been losing pretty much across the board. Even in that previous round, that was a 3-on-5 that Pyrex kind of had to claw back for them. And the other round they picked up, they also didn't win the early pick in that fight as well. So for them, it's really just trying to fight that way through the early game. It is extremely challenging, though, when you've got LSN and Imagine on the other side together, just getting these lanes on full control. But this time, Uzair and Stone, they want to take the fight into the B Hotel. It's a nice pick already on the board, thanks to Uzair getting that nice little spray down through, but the trades are already looking good for Supreme as they take control of the B bomb site. It's Uzair, a little bit late to the party, wants to go for the fight, almost gets caught with the flash out here, but Pyrex on the rotation. This is who you've got to look out for. He's already in the GR spawn causing trouble, and LSN, he has no control on this bridge to work with.
Should get a little funky. Needs to be very careful here. Imagine. Nice work from him at the very least. All down to 1. It should be a next to impossible situation. Despite the damage that's been dealt towards both Brando and Imagine, and even LSN's not exactly full HP, this should be unwinnable with that C4 gone down. Still making a good effort of it as well. Pyrex can't discount him just yet. 25 seconds, not got a lot of time for this defuse, but like we mentioned, he can I say fighter. They're both sort of split up. There's a somewhat crossfire set up. Pyrex puts off in a good spot. LSN will steal it away, but that is a commendable effort.
Yeah, honestly impressive there from Pyrex. He cleared everything he could. Unfortunately, just not enough to get them across the line. But honestly, all it takes is one other player stepping up to that level, I think, on EZMoney, and they're right back into this map. It's still only a 4-2 game. Supreme just looking a little bit more consistent across the board when it comes to these firefights. But you can see Uzair and Pyrex, they want to try and take matters into their own hands in this round. Imagine and Brando starting to push up for that B Hotel control. So might run into it pretty quickly here, but Pyrex actually going to fall off here. Uzair moves to the off angle, and it opens up the opportunity for Imagine to get that isolated pick. Uzair now going to potentially have a chance to get out, but not for too long there. He's actually traded down. LSN finds the kill onto Wisdom, though, and again, Supreme, even with a lack of strong positioning, they're winning the early fights.
And feels like fundamentally that's been such a big game changer, hasn't it? These early fights that have been won more often than not are making such a big difference now. Numbers advantage in their favor, and so they've been keeping quite well. It's the one main thing that we probably kind of pick up from what we've seen so far, that if we could fix one thing for EZMoney, if they could just stay alive for the first 30 seconds, not take any sort of damage, any sort of bad fight. They've been in a decent spot. Nice find there, though. Logic down. It's definitely going to hurt. Down to 2. And, you know, Pyrex, who's been the guy who's been bailing them out of bad situations, he's so low. But, he's so low, but it might not matter.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Pyrex here, he's the difference maker. He's very low on HP, though, with the C4 getting planted on B. He might get caught on the rotation, but actually Stone opens up the opportunity to win this after all. It's going to be Mina, very low, 30 HP. They've got almost full utility to work with on this retake as well. All it's going to take is a well-placed nade on that B staircase to potentially get the job done. But here comes the swing. Pyrex gets it done anyways. That's 3 for him on this round, already up to a 14-5 scoreline as they make this just a one-round game.
And also, as well, he gets those 3 kills while being low. It's so impressive. It doesn't feel like his confidence gets knocked at all by the lack of HP. Really, really impressive. Pyrex is looking lights out so far. They've got to find a way to shut him down. He single-handedly could be the difference maker in the series if things continue on this vein. Thoroughly impressed.
Yeah, honestly, it's going to be tough to shut this guy down, especially when he's already got the momentum in this first map of the series. But for Supreme, they still hold the lead in the overall map score. They do have a slightly better chemistry when it comes to these site executions where they've been able to win these early fights over and over again, but they have to be careful this time around. The C4 dropped early. Brando goes down on the bridge peak from Stone. Now you're going to have Pyrex moving into a slightly more aggressive position here, but he doesn't seem to know that it's actually Mina right above him on the drop down. Beautiful timing there, and that opens up a big opportunity because now not only do they have the B bomb site, but Pyrex is down very early in this one.
Yeah, that helps. When he's dead, you can sort of, most of the time, take a bit of a sigh of relief, but it might not be over until it's over. Numbers now favoring out of the GR. Sure, C4's down, but EZMoney have the scope to have to trade their way back in towards this site. It could be a little funky. Nice little tap that comes through. That's going to help a hell of a lot. And another one behind it as well. Down to just 1. Logic, surely no chance in hell, if we're being honest. And there isn't. Supreme, walk away with it. These rounds are, I still think, a little bit harder than maybe anticipated or wanted, but what matters is the rounds being taken themselves. 5-3, guaranteeing a lead out the half.
Yeah, and now you can see the aggressive play. They went for Pyrex right at the start of the round, took him out, and they know what that means. It means an opening to confidently take the A bomb site. It's no Pyrex, no problem here. So it's really just Uzair on the flank trying to get the job done here. 1 versus 3, but that is a big headshot to get the retake rolling. Now LSN down to about 30 as well. Has to play this one a little bit safer on the post plant, but Uzair, he's got the positioning to challenge individually.
Be a little funky. It's a relatively mean crossfire here. And it will be one to shut them down. It's Brando that sees it off. That crossfire, it's strong enough that it shouldn't be that much of an issue. And ultimately it wasn't. So, 6-3. I think as a whole, Supreme can be very happy with that. It's their map pick. They've got a nice little buffer zone to work with. However, there still is that thing that's going to just linger in the back of the mind a little bit of we've got to find a way to shut down Pyrex. It still doesn't seem like they can compete in terms of the raw mechanics yet.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one, especially when you've got right next to Pyrex Wisdom only at 1 kill in the first half. So they really need a couple of these extra players to step up here, and EZMoney could be right back into this one in just a matter of rounds. But now on the defense, Supreme's going to be feeling a little bit more comfortable as well. They can start to float these snipers around for that early info, and imagine as well already going for the window peek. Pyrex trying to get proactive by himself here on the A staircase, but he has to be careful. Mina wants to sneak up and try and take this fight on A long, but LSN already with the opening onto Logic. Imagine as well takes down Wisdom, and again, the early fight's just not going their way.
Yeah, that's going to help. Pyrex, shot, punished. Now down to 2. Zot, he's dead, and Stone is more or less himself. We was 1 foot in the grave, and now a dead man. So, 7-3, and now the pull away starts to begin. They had to get that first round of the half just to maybe just reignite a little bit of the feeling. That's going to hurt. 4-round deficit they've got to try and claw back in. This is where Supreme are proving why they are the favourites.
Yeah, I mean, especially with plays like that, Ainer just pushes through A long, double taps his way. A nice two-piece. Pyrex left alone in the B hotel. Brando, the timing though, doesn't even know that Pyrex is right next to him on the other side of the wall. But why is Pyrex not turned around? Did nobody call that he's in the B hotel? What is going on here? Finally, Pyrex, a little bit late there, gets the kill. But you've got to wonder what the communication was like there.
Sort of felt like it was next to non-existent, if we're being honest. It was very scrappy. That could have gone very wrong as well. It's one of those situations of sort of a bit of a thank God it didn't. Back into a 3 versus 3. It's still anybody's round here. We've got plenty of time. 1 minute 30 now on the clock to work with. Pyrex is very low, but we already saw him get a 3k with this sort of HP, so I'm not going to discount him from this round by any means.
Yeah, it's definitely not over just yet. It is going to be a tough one to execute, though. The C4 down, the backside of mid, they've got to scoop it up here. And potentially they're going to look to swing this back towards the A bomb side. And you could see Uzair starting to lead the charge there, but did they actually miss the C4 pickup? They might have missed it on the drop down in mid. This could be some unfortunate timing, and you can see Ainer going for the push, able to find himself a nice kill here. Pyrex wants to take the fight, but he knows the C4 is down as well. Ainer doesn't have to over-aggress. I'm not sure why he went in swinging there, and now Pyrex, he's got the opportunity. Stone as well, I think spotted Imagine in the windows, but the double peek, not going to be one that goes his way. Now it's going to be all on to Pyrex. He's been the hero so far. Can he do it again?
Getting called upon. Try and find something out of this. 25 seconds. Both players are pretty unhealthy in the grand scheme of things, so it is quite literally about who spots who first. It's a bit of a cross, and Pyrex, he's got a lot of angles to clear and not a lot of time, and it's not going to be able to just react in time to that peek around the corner. So another round put on the board by Supreme. 1/4, getting closer and closer to this map being taken actually relatively comfortably. 8-3 now. Yeah, pretty close to seeing this off in their favor.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one to recover in map number 1. It is their pick for a reason, though. Supreme always been pretty strong players individually on Eagle Eye. No surprise to see them pull it out here, but Stone able to get the first entry for EZMoney. It's one of the few rounds we've seen them leading from the start here, so we'll see if they can hold on to this. It's one they desperately need to get, especially when you're talking about a 3-map series. Even if you go down in the first map, you want to have a bold statement to keep it close here at the very end, and this is their chance to pick up a solid round.
Got to convert this sort of around, right? That you have to make this one stick in their favor. If they don't, things do start to get probably a little bit troublesome. I'll say a little bit, probably a lot troublesome. It's a prime advantage. I don't know whether Wisdom was spotted there. I feel like he must have been, yeah. Well spotted, but as Wisdom wins out the fight. And already, this one feels like it's more or less on the lock and key. Should be a next to unlosable round, if we're being frank, but never going to discount, imagine. Well, we'll see.
Yeah, not a whole lot he's going to be able to do here. He does manage to get a nice little shot onto Uzair, but here's the triple swing. You'd think it should be enough, but it's a bit of a struggle at first to get it across the line. Thankfully, Wisdom there to find that last kill, and more importantly, around on the board to keep them comfortably within reach of this one. And now they've got to keep that momentum moving forward. You've got Wisdom starting to grab a couple kills in that last round. Pyrex as well, able to find 2, and if they can keep this up in the early round, that's the change they needed here. Starting to win those entries could definitely get things back on their side.
Yeah, absolutely. We spoke about this a little bit in that first half, saying that has actually been probably the key difference maker. It's just been about how opening rounds have actually been very, very solid for Supreme, and that's the one thing they've been leaning on. They've kind of started most of these rounds first 30 seconds and had the numbers advantage from sort of the get-go. So if they can just start to claw back in at least that fashion, it's going to make a big, big difference. Slow around here, though. EZMoney changing the tempo quite considerably. We got a lot of quick rounds then, which have been quite successful, and they've conditioned Supreme to, and it's Pyrex who's going to open things up. So there we go. We spoke about early rounds being kind of bad, and now they've figured something out.
Yeah, they definitely seem to have the right idea now, slowing down the pace, waiting to find the kills, and We're going to get both of the entries here. Wisdom as well. Finds a third. It's already a 5-on-2 situation. Rando trying to see what he can do on the lurk here. It's actually going to be both players pushing up for the trade, but Uzair gets the double kill anyways. And now EZMoney starting to come to life, and that's what's going to be a little bit worrisome for Supreme. You get close to that threshold of winning the map, and it seems like the foot's coming off the gas now.
Yeah, they need to be careful. They just can't afford to let things slip. I think worst case, if it does get to like, even like an 8-6, I actually wouldn't mind kind of taking a timeout and just having a bit of a breather. Put a bit of pressure on. Know that you're in a good spot, but let's not risk things, right? We know that already things have been feeling maybe a little bit funkier than we would have liked in these last few. And fourth. Barracks falling. Very, very important. LSN's obviously not bad himself, but getting the big man out of the way early really does help. With the 4 around, Pyrex have been struggling to put up a similar level of that output in terms of firepower. Supreme got to be feeling pretty good about where they are at the moment.
Yeah, right now this is going to be an important round for EZMoney to try and hold on to. Uzair, it's the entry over towards Zay. Again, a miss nade coming out there from Aner. It's going to be a tough one now, unless Imagine can keep that up.
Ooh.
Able to get 2 before going down. Rando now rotating in for the support as well. And they do have the C4 down in front of them. Wisdom wants to scoop it up, grabs it, going into the window, but gets spotted. Brando, nice headshot there through the corner of the box, takes him down, and they've already got the info onto Stone over towards Zay Long. All they've got to do really is peek together at this point in the round. Should be theirs. You can see a nice little swing from the upper bomb site. Gets the job done. It's going to be map point.
Yeah, Brando showing a bit of class there as well. Nice temperament not to overfight off the back of his kill. I think that's sort of exactly what you want to be seeing. And just like that, map point. Their map pick as well, so the Supreme got to be feeling pretty good about where they're at. This one over the line, it should be okay. But this round has not started well at all. In a matter of moments, it's a 1 versus 4. So, it's safe to say LSN not expecting heroics out of him here, and he will get caught. Stone bounding around the corner. We spoke about the tempo changes by EZMoney, and oh, there's one of them. They went so quick in that round.
Yeah, honestly, really solid entries. You've got a lot of other players around Pyrex starting to come to life as well, making this a lot closer of a map on our hands, but when it's still 3 more opportunities to close it out, Supreme still has a nice little advantage and buffer to work with, especially now with the opening frag going their way. They're really going to need someone like Uzair or Pyrex to help open up this round, because right now, there's no need for Supreme to play aggressive. They've got all the advantage they need.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, well, what a 50 nice shot by that of Goat himself, as LSN Lad 1 is, it starts to crumble. EZMoney down 2-2, and sure, Pyrex is alive, but he's now half HP. That's not going to help.
Yeah, now it's going to be just a bit of a fall-off angle. Unfortunately, not going to work out, but the flank is going to work wonders here. It's going to be Mina on the rotation along with Imagine. Shut things down, and yeah, map number 1 comfortably goes to Supreme. A few shaky moments thanks to the fancy footwork of Pyrex there, putting up 21 on the loss. A bit bittersweet for him, but still a great first map from Supreme regardless.
Yeah, I think for Supreme, ultimately you walk away from a map like that, actually I think just quite happy, right? Because it's your map, taken under your belt, you kicked out the series quite nicely. The only thing they'll look back in that is saying, all right, we just got to find a way to shut down Pyrex. That's probably he's doing a little bit too much for what we want to be seeing. We want to actually kind of limit this guy as much as possible. If we take him out of the equation, there's actually only really one team in this, right? I mean, he was single-handedly gifting them a lot of rounds there. So as a whole, Supreme will be happy. They've got to clean up a few things. Heading in towards their opponent's map pick, it might be a bit of a change-up, but I think ultimately it's a more holistic approach by Supreme. Let's see if that's the case. We're going to throw it back on over towards the desk.
Thank you, boys. And yeah, I mean, you did choose the map, which was picked by Supreme, and they actually managed to win in a fascinating way. Actually, now so convincing win, if you ask me. A lot of shaky plays came, yes, from EZMoney, as the casters did say, and I did not expect the game to be as close, because, you know, you just get into the server, you feel the heat, and it just still gets to you, and you have what's online. You have what's inline, and you know that what's coming for you is super scary, because when you think about it, I will win this game, and then I'll reach to play Swamp Gaming, which is considered a much difficult matchup, to say the least. And we did see why it's a much difficult matchup, because in previous games with the Swamp Gaming, it was hard to win against the boys. Anyways, let's talk more about the highlights. So, the early game, which was much interesting from Supreme Gaming, came with 3 rounds to 2 rounds only from EZMoney. Then EZMoney started to catch up, 1 round after a round after a round, and it was going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. I liked how the boys from Supreme managed to, you know, control the map more and more, especially that they pick the map, they know its corners. LSN, as always, manage him and Pyrex to control the map, one from EZMoney and one from Supreme, until the 5th round on the match, that Supreme Gaming managed to, you know, create this kind of a gap between them and EZMoney, farming round after round after round after round, which is understandable from Supreme, and a lot of question marks coming from EZMoney. Like, the game was going back and forth between you and Supreme. What was the breaking point with EZMoney that made them, okay, let's give it all and let's continue on losing round after round after round? I think it's the switch, if you ask me, between the BL and the GR, which makes you a bit disconnected from each other, makes you not feeling it. And here is, you know, a quick read and a quick summary between Supreme Stars and EZMoney. The map wasn't New Mexico, but imagine 1.18 KDA, and LSN, of course, coming with 1.60. And here's your winner for the set 1, at least. Supreme Stars, and they did pick the map. Keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, it's a best of 3, and it will make you reach the biggest match of our night, the main event, the best of 5 against Swamp Gaming. I can't confidently say that Supreme Stars managed to win the whole map, or they are going to win the whole series, because, you know, you have EZMoney there. And when we speak about EZMoney, Pyrex and the rest of the boys, they have some serious names. They have some scary, scary names that they are ready to, you know, show us their full potential, show us what they actually and genuinely have to, you know, give more. And with the Supreme Stars, it gave confidence, honestly. It gave confidence for me. It gave, you know, being confident in their own skin. They entered the match. It was going back and forth, back and forth. Once the switch happened between GR to Blacklist, then they, you know, managed to farm more rounds, managed to climb more rounds, and reaching the 9th round, it was doomed. And it was obvious for us viewers and the caster that it was a bit hard for them. Another summary, let's talk more about EZMoney here with Logic. And the only player that I saw, you know, managed to at least give us some insights from Team EZMoney, is Pyrex, coming with 183 KDA, and, you know, he not only made EZMoney in a good position, he gave them the feeling that, hey, let's continue on going, let's give it more rounds, we still can do our impact. But when you compare stats from EZMoney to Supreme Stars, so Supreme is coming the least player with the KDA, which is Brando with 0.69, and the most player from Team EZMoney, he was, I think, was 1.20, except Pyrex, of course, with 1.83. My point is, not all players from EZMoney are performing. Not all players from EZMoney are doing what they're supposed to be doing in order to play against the final boss, Swamp Gaming. On contrast with the Supreme Gaming, they are just doing absolutely fine. If anything, they are ready to take over the second map and reach the final stage. Now the question presents, will Team Supreme Gaming give us the finale and reach the final verdict and the final matchup in the grand finale, or no? That's a question to be answered from our casters. So casters, take us to map 2.
Thank you, mate. We're heading in towards map number 2, and generally speaking, a pretty good performance all around for Supreme. But there's still a little bit more we want to see cleaned up. We kind of talk about this at the tail end of that first map. You know, we've got to try and find ways to shut down Pyrex first and foremost. Fundamentally looks like the best mechanical player in the server, despite not being on the winning side. It's actually quite impressive. Like a 1.8 KD on a pretty dominant loss is quite indicative of just how individually good he is. And I think he's needing a little support, or not even a little, quite a lot of support if they want a chance to take a map here. It feels like that holistic approach that we're seeing from Supreme just has a lot more under their belt that EZMoney don't have. And this comes back to what you were talking about, Kyle, right? We said how, you know, you mentioned they only formed like 2 days before the event even kind of started. They're having a lot of time, probably next to no time to really practice together. It's quite an individually based play style. And that's where they're probably getting shut down. They just don't have the synergy to shut down a side like Supreme.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one here as we go into map number 2, but this is a map where we did see a lot of weakness from Supreme in their last matchup. They actually did lose 3-10 against Swamp Gaming on this map, so maybe there's something EZMoney was able to pick up on from that match, and ultimately might be why they picked it here today. So hopefully they can show us a little bit more. I think Pyrex has to remain consistent in this one, but it's up to the rest of the field to keep kind of elevating what they can do around him. But Pyrex already off to the races here. Double kill to start it off. Almost gets the triple as well. Mina barely getting out of there.
Okay. A little bit of a funky start. Like you mentioned, right? It was not exactly the best performance yesterday, so there might be a couple of things where they've hopefully worked on to kind of make this a little bit more of a comfortable map, but EZMoney might have something for them where they've realized, all right, this is something that we can expose. We can make them look a little bit weaker here. Let's see that whether that is the case. 120, all goes a little bit quiet.
Yeah, at this point in the round, it's really going to be up to Supreme to find a way to get the ball rolling in their direction. But there's not a whole lot they have to work with. LSN needs to find it, but just can't from that L-turn peak. It's going to be Logic with the shutdown, and at this point, there's really not much that can be done here. They need kind of a miracle push to go their way, but it's just not going to happen. The quick trade gets the job done, and EZMoney, that's one of the cleanest rounds they've shown us all day so far.
Yeah, that was nice. Quite a lot to like there, has to be said. A simple round with the individual shine. And also on top of that as well, probably coming back to what we were saying, a bit more of that fundamental understanding where, okay, we do actually have some sort of tricks up their sleeve. There's a reason why we've gone here. It's not just a pick out of necessity, but maybe even spotting yesterday, all right, we can expose them on this and we can make things feel a little bit more uncomfortable. And so far, so good.
Nice
and
push
cleaning up
through,
that
though.
issue about the slow starts as well, right? That's nice to see.
Who's there, though? Brutal. Gets the backstab through the smoke. Triple kill. No problem there. Supreme, they had full control. Full advantage of the upper A bomb site. But it didn't seem to help them too much with that reposition from EZMoney. And it just goes to show you, these guys know exactly what they're up against. They've definitely done their homework coming into this match to be expecting these late lurk pushes through the smoke. And Supreme, they really need a miracle to hold on to this one 2v4. It's all going to have to come from LSN, though, who gets the first, but nothing more than that. Logic able to get this one done with Uzair, and it's already a 2-0 game in their favor.
Yeah, this is looking good. Supreme look very uncomfortable on this map. Maybe one of the few that hasn't been repped for them that much, but yeah, this is not feeling good. Worrying times, to say the least. So plenty of time to go to get themselves back into this. But as a whole, it's not been the nicest of performances.
Yeah, honestly,
Got
for
an understanding of their timing.
Yeah, for Supreme, it just feels like they're a bit awkward on the peaks here, not really covering their flank as well when they need to. And EZMoney, they're going to know how to take advantage of that full force. You can see already they're kind of prodding for info as well over towards the B-bomb side, but LSN, he is going to spot Stone on that corner position. I'm surprised he didn't go for the shot there. Stone able to reposition and get that smoke screen down and even set up the bait and switch for Logic in the rafters here, but they still have to be ready for this hold on the attack. Stone has to find that first kill, but he's not going to be able to do so.
Yeesh.
Mina able to get one and sneak away.
Yeah, the fact that he is able to get out of that is actually pretty damn impressive. Spam coming through that smoke, but nothing really there behind it. A spot now where surely a round that has to be converted for Supreme, who started this map looking a little shaky, maybe even, you know, partly overconfident or too comfortable. They've got to now shake that off. Under a minute versus 3. Damage dealt both ways, but things do feel a lot better for Supreme, especially now the C4 goes down.
Yeah, this is looking like they've got a real shot to put their first one up on the board. You can see a little bit of hesitation on the rotation back in this side as well from Pyrex. Logic leading the charge as they go, gunning for LSN on the back of the missile, who actually misses that crucial connection, gets the repeat potential here, but it's just going to be a double whiff here. Pyrex and Logic clean it up perfectly, and Supreme falls apart.
Again? This is another round where we're kind of reinstating about how this map obviously hasn't been great for them, and they've obviously had some fundamental issues on it shown yesterday, but I think, you know, we already kind of know it, that Swamp are going to make a lot of teams look a lot weaker than maybe they actually are just because of how good they are, but this is not good. Supreme, that should have been a correct round. It was a 2 versus 4. Yeah, a bit of a brief moment, but a 2 versus 4, ultimately, you shouldn't be losing rounds like that. Mentally, they can start to get into a bit of a boom state, which is worrying times, or maybe exciting times for EZMoney. This is great to see. They're looking a lot better.
Yeah, honestly, a great start from them, especially because it's not all just coming from one source as well. You actually have Uzair and Logic 3 rounds in, 5 kills on each of them. And it's really feeling like more of a team effort on the second map. But for Supreme as well, we're losing a little bit of that flair we saw on the opening map. Imagine he was that consistent entry fragger, currently not on the board just yet in the second map. They really need him to come to life as he did on Eagle Eye. But for EZMoney, this is a really good opportunity to get this over to a third map situation for themselves. It would be Black Widow as the decider in the series as well, which is, I think, a pretty 50-50 one for both of these teams. And if you're EZMoney, you're wanting that coin flip to go all the way through. And right now, especially, it could be a map to have a huge advantage of momentum going in with as well. They don't clear the corner of Stone K. That is a huge mistake. He gets 1 for free, almost 2 there.
Yeah, that's not good to see. That really isn't. The fact that he's even given the luxury of potentially getting a second. Concerning time. Spam coming through. Found. Nice shot by LSN. That's going to help a hell of a lot. C4 goes down as well. Struggled to hold it once, but surely now not in this spot.
Yeah, you'd have to think, right? I mean, everything's stacked in their favor to win this round. They've got all of the positioning set up, but it is a bit awkward. They're all stacking towards that A retake position. Uzair is coming on the opposite side of the map. Go ahead and poke his way through. He actually catches the first. Both remaining players are stuck in a corner as well. They have to swing, but at the very least, they will get the kill out of this one. So a bit of a gamble from Supreme in this round with the aggression, but all in all, it does work in their favor. So hopefully it's a chance for them to get the momentum back on their side. But even in these rounds, I still feel like EZMoney has the better read on this map.
I think you're right. It just feels like they've got a bit of a better understanding. They're not doing anything too outlandish as well in terms of how they're approaching. Oh yeah, pretty fun to watch. Needs to be very careful. I think Supreme do significantly need to slow things down. Shot though. Uzart, you get caught. That will help things considerably.
Yeah, it's definitely a nice change of pace coming out as well. Imagine starting to pick up that secondary TRG again could be a part of that difference they're looking for on this map. They've taken down Uzair early, so it should open up a second round for themselves if they can play the timing right. A lot of that's going to come down to Einer's position as well. He has control of the vents. They know that he was in there, but he might hold this for the entirety of the round, which is going to keep them second guessing kind of throughout the rotation and the retake, which when they're already down a player could be a really nice advantage to hold on to.
Yeah, absolutely. Who's a little quiet. Nothing offered up yet. Shot taken, but quick trade actually comes through. One apiece. Looking for another Pyrex to get it. That'll help. Okay, this round once again opening up as it goes back into a 3 versus 3.
Imagine, though, this is a really tricky spot to get out of. He's got players on both sides of him. At least the support's starting to come in with Mina. But Brando, an unconditional miss there. Not going to be ideal. Logic able to pick up one onto Imagine. The trade there from Mina, but Brando, thankfully, on the repeat, able to help get this one rolling. But now it's down to the 1v1. Pyrex, he may be the hero often, but with little HP in this situation, it's still going to be tough.
Yeah. How do you make this sort of spot work for you? 25 seconds. Pyrex. Oh, spotted. Into jail. Trying to play time as well, Pyrex. He's so low. Any bullet's got to connect. Pistol pulled out. Oh my god, they're both one hit as well. Who spots who first? Howard on these connecting. Oh my god, how has Pyrex even won that? He has no right to be walking away with the kill or the round. And he gets both. Easy money, get yet another. And that is really damning.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate one. It honestly felt like Mina there in that corner fight. He kind of just panicked a little bit, sprayed a little bit out of control, and gave that opportunity to Pyrex. And the way he's been aiming today, you've got to be on point if you want to trade him down quickly. Otherwise, he's going to win that fight all day long. That's how he's performing in this event. This time, though, Mina going to make up for it with the opening pick in this round. And Pyrex as well has to be careful on this event position. It's kind of a standoff in slow motion here between these two players in the event.
Well, top shot comes through. No one to be found. Brando, nice work from him. Did struggle a little bit in the numbers department in that previous map, but to try and make up for it here, especially when they are on the back foot. He will get dropped, but a quick trade that comes through from Mina. That'll help. 2 versus 1.
Yeah, right now for Supreme, this is their chance to put a round up here, and they are getting a little bit desperate for one, but Uzair with full HP still has that chance to get them caught off guard. You can see the reposition coming in from Uzair as well. The timing might be enough to catch LSN, but he misses the shot. Doesn't matter. Still gets that repeak. And now it's down to LSN. He's got the sniper in hand, so he can't really overly aggress, because if he misses that first shot, it's surely going to be over from there. He's just hiding behind the missile, toying with Uzair, trying to run down the clock as much as possible, but it has to be said, Uzair needs to spend a little bit more time taking space instead of waiting the clock down, and LSN, he takes full advantage of that timer, knowing there's not a lot to work with, goes for that swing in the round.
Very nearly slips away again, though, for Supreme, and this is the fundamental issue that we're sort of having with this side is, even when the winning rounds, this happened a little bit in towards the previous series, even when they're winning rounds, they're not always the most convincing. Nice start, though. Nice answer back. Wisdom. He's still in a fine spot to take more pop shots on that cross. He's going to deal damage. He's going to get another kill. Hang on a second. Pyrex and Wisdom alone like to be shutting it down. LSN's sort of got to go nuclear now. Pyrex is an own quantity. Flashbang that'll bounce off the missile itself to try and keep them at bay. They've got to get some uncontested fights if they want a chance here.
Yeah, this one's going to be a tough retake to hold down, especially with LSN on a sliver of HP left to work with. Only 13 here. Still have some positional control, but Imagine going down early definitely spells the end here for this one. Logic, big shots, gets it done. Easy money. They are already halfway to a victory on the second map.
Yeah, and you have to just say super deservedly so. Every single time we're seeing so far for Supreme, this is a map that they obviously have a lot of kind of fundamental issues. Currently, they're not really where they were in that previous. I have to watch as well. Just a shadow of their former selves, where they were honestly quite dominant in map number 1 and feeling quite non-existent here. So easy money, whatever prep they did. Looking back at yesterday's loss for Supreme, it's paying off in dividends right now. 5-2. I mean, this could be already, you know, a sort of such a dominant first half where there isn't really too much to talk about heading in towards the second. There might not be much of a second.
Yeah, for Supreme, that climb back into the lead has to start now. Otherwise, it might be a bit too little too late on the second map of the series. You can see they're kind of thinking about an A hit here. The C4 still in the back of the BL spawn. They're going to go ahead and scoop it up and work towards this A bomb site hold. Mina just kind of throwing down a spray to fake them in the direction of B, but this is going to be a full push onto the A bomb site. But Wisdom, he calls for the support of Uzair. They seem to have an idea. This one's about to come their way, so they have a nice aggressive position on this back corner to try and stall it.
Precious, can they? Very quiet. We've spoken about a lot about this conditioning as well, that he's been thrown forward. Fighting through mid. LSN, very rogue move there on its own. It's an absolute mow down into towards mid. All down to Imagine. Pistol pulled out as well. Oh my. This is honestly kind of tough watch. I mean, you know, small things like LSN kind of just waltzing across your screen like that, never really what you want to see. It's such an easy open fight gifted over. Easy money, proving there's something about them.
Yeah, a bit of a tough map here for Supreme. It's no wonder why Easy Money decided to pick this one. They're showing a lot of strength here, but also Supreme not looking like the same cohesive team we saw on that Eagle Eye in the first map here. So hopefully they have a chance to rebound when we go into the side swap. But the BL here looks extremely uncomfortable for this team, but finally they're able to get the ball rolling in the right direction. LSN gets the opening pick onto Stone. They have a little bit of space to work with over towards this B bomb site, but one of the things they've got to be careful of for Supreme is this vent position. I feel like it's one of those spots on the map teams just want to fight on way too much, but this time LSN at least able to take advantage of that peek from Pyrex. They know he loves to push for the flank.
Okay, well, 1:20 goes a little quiet. Significant damage has been dealt over towards Supreme, but they've got a 2-man advantage. That's ultimately all that matters, but this can very easily be equalized in terms of those numbers. Well, there's one. It's one of the lower players gone, but I said that'll come through. That'll help. Uzar going to get caught. And a nice pop shot as well by LSN. This round now surely unlosable. 1 versus 4. And honestly, for one of the first times we've kind of seen all game, actually a really confident round from Supreme, where they haven't had any sort of doubts in our mind about it.
Yeah, they're starting to bring things back here. If they can play like they did in that final round coming into the second half, this is still a winnable one after all. They just need to play a little bit more cohesive here in the way they're rotating around the map. That's the hard part about this GR side. It's very easy, especially with this vent position, for players to try and sneak behind early on and catch you off guard, and that's where Supreme to me has looked a little bit shaky. They don't necessarily have that map awareness they need to on sub base.
Agreed. Double kill. Oh, wow. Blows out quick from Pirates. Pistol pulled out looking for another. Oh my god, he's got it. Single-handedly taking control of this round, and might just start to already feel like potentially a bit of the beginning of the end here. Can just be a one-man army at times. We saw it happen in map number 1, so it shouldn't be too surprising, but you've got to ask questions about the spacing, the trading coming through, because it has been lackluster.
Yeah, Brando, unfortunately, not going to be able to hang on to that one. Pyrex, though, we'll see it in the highlight here. Beautiful triple kill to open up the round, and he continues to impress every single map we see this guy play. It's just another top-tier performance, because I don't even think in the West League we've seen a player have 4 20 bombs in a row, map after map, and Pyrex is doing it in the CFS qualifier, which is the highest stakes he's probably had all year long. So honestly, really impressive to see from him, and if he can keep this up, honestly, win or lose, he's making a big name for himself in this match.
Yeah, he really is a bit of a walking highlight reel right now. It's very, very impressive to see. Maybe, you know, for teams that would potentially look for a change, especially if they're any of those NA teams, he's got to be one of the first names that's brought to the table. What he's doing at the moment. 7-3. Don't really see from a deficit like this how you recover if you're Supreme from, you know, just a map in which they just looked so on edge, so off their game comparatively.
Yeah, you'd have to think it's going to be a tough road ahead, but at the same time, they've got themselves a winnable round on their hands. Wisdom down early, 5-on-4 advantage to work with. The C4 moving very slowly in the hands of Easy Money at the moment, but a lot of that is due to Uzair and Pyrex. They like to be proactive across the map and look for these entries to try and find some sort of an advantage in the round, but you can see the rotation starting to come through towards the B-bomb site. They're going to leave Logic to lurk through the lobby doors here, so I like the rotation they're setting up, but at the same time, they've got to be ready for this 3-player stack that can quickly swing to defend B.
Okay. Well. Time feels like it really is running out for this side, but completely discount them just yet. Supreme, get a fourth here. I'll put a bit of pressure on. Not impossible. Hey, that moves off. Nice, fine. Close for a second as well. I just get it. He's really trying to play with that corner, and actually quite a nice approach there where you just take a standoff. You just give him the space, you take a step away, and allow your teammate to sort of catch him on that crossfire. So, ultimately, nice work. Like I said, start slowly but surely chipping away.
Yeah, I mean, Supreme, they're in a position where they know this is still a 2-0 potential on the table. EZMoney, they can't afford to feel like the job's done until they put up that 10th round. And it already starts to feel like they're shaky a little bit as they get closer to the finish line. It's going to have to be full team effort to really make sure they get this one done and can move to that map 3 with a little bit more confidence. But for me, Supreme, they need to win this series 2-0 to feel like they can go into that Swamp Gaming matchup with an opportunity to win. That's the big thing in the back of my mind is if this is a close match, I feel like neither team's going to go into that final feeling super comfortable. But if Supreme can somehow pull this back, there's a real chance they could go in with enough confidence to contest.
I got to agree. I think especially for Supreme, if they want any of that sort of revenge that we've kind of been joking about, they do need to really build up it here. Oh, nice shot by Imagine. Nice tap, especially at the back of the couple of kills that come through from Stone and Pyrex. This is the opportunity to get a kill as well and get out, which is pretty important.
Nice play call here as well. Pyrex was able to single-handedly just waltz his way into the B-bomb site, calls for the rotation. Now it's going to be a full retake for LSN and Imagine, who have been 2 of the key entries throughout the day so far for Supreme, but Imagine very quiet in the second map so far, but LSN has the opening in store for them. Now Pyrex has to help hold the line here. Imagine going to be spotted early on. Logic gets the kill onto LSN as well. Imagine not able to get it done in the 1v2. EZMoney, again, having that solid coordination on this second map, put up their 8th.
Yeah. I mean, it already feels like we are kind of quite rapidly getting towards the beginning of the end here. I just don't see a world in which we get this one back underway. 8-4, you're 2 rounds away. EZMoney have looked like the better side across the board, and it's actually a nice thing in a sense as well for EZMoney that they're not winning these rounds off the back of pure individuals. They've done a lot of teamwork. It is really solid for them. They're bringing a lot to the table, which does reignite it, I think, a little bit of saying, okay, there's actually something really to brew with here.
Yeah, for Supreme, it's going to be a bit of a tough one. I think they might get themselves into a winning position here, probably looking at that Black Widow as the likely outcome at this point, but at least they might have a chance to make it a little bit closer. It's going to come down to how EZMoney functions under the pressure here. They're the team that's got to show they can close it out. We've seen a lot of times teams get to this 8th or 9th round on the board and it starts to fall apart, but for EZMoney, it's a good start so far. They're able to take down Mina, getting a little bit too aggressive in the L turn. LSN as well has to be careful, but Pyrex continues to do the heavy lifting here in these rounds, up to 20 kills, finally gets taken out in the trade, but might be enough damage already dealt here to win this one. Imagine caught Zera on the backstab, able to narrow this one, and this could be already over. It's a 1-on-4 Ainer. Not a whole lot he can do here.
It does really now feel like we're so mentally checked out for Supreme. It's some really sloppy fights and some really kind of questionable fights, I want to say as well. Questionable peaks. Still trying to do as best we can. Constellation kills is basically all you're going to get, and that'll be the case with 3 remaining alive. Just like that. Another put on the board. Honestly, really, really impressive. The response, the recall in a way as well to kind of say, right, map that one didn't go our way, but we reset, we completely forget about, we move forward. This is good, man. Really impressive stuff. 9-4. Supreme, it already feels like their heads are focused on that Black Widow.
Yeah, they basically have to be at this point. To think this is one you win in overtime is probably an idea too far gone already, so it's going to be up to them to try and mentally reset as they look ahead to a potential 3rd map in this series, but It's not over just yet for them. LSN able to get the first of the round onto Uzair, so do at least have the advantage to work with, but surprisingly for them on this map, it hasn't really made a world of difference for a lot of these rounds and how they play out, because in the post plant, EZMoney just looks like the stronger team today.
Yeah, they do. Spells are potentially off time as well, heading in towards that third map. If all the confidence, all the kind of momentum gets knocked out of their sails for Supreme. They're down to 3 now. Feels like they're on death's door in this one. Stone, just trying to draw attention. A couple of pop shots on that jiggle peak. Setups are so unorthodox as well for Supreme. They've triple man stacked. It's towards B. They leave the lower side completely open. Nothing really
at this point,
set, though.
It's a bit of a gamble that might be not really paying off at this point. They went all the way back to B. Now you're also going to have a player running right into Stone in the vents pretty early on. It's going to be Aner who actually wins that fight, pistol in hand. And now the potential's on the board here. Imagine able to find Wisdom as well. It's a 3-on-2 advantage for the retake, but they still have to get moving a little bit quicker here. Only 20 seconds on the clock, and they're not even on the lower bomb site just yet. They've got a flash to work with, but Pyrex, that is who we're watching here in this one. He's going to be the one player that could spoil this one, but it's not going to matter. Supreme out of nowhere pull off a brilliant retake.
Yeah, that's actually a really impressive one. Again, that's like one of the very, very few rounds that we've seen where we kind of come back to it and say, all right, that's actually a legitimately very impressive round put on the board. They've been quite few and far between by Supreme, and I thought, you know, they were a little bit checked out, but apparently not. Still got at least something up their sleeve. Not dead just yet, or not buried at the very least, but still very much feeling like they're 1 foot in the grave. A lot has to go wrong, I think, for EZMoney to even be in for a chance of squandering this sort of a lead.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to think it's still surely a map 3 on the table for this team, but for EZMoney, they can't afford to make any major mistakes to allow that momentum to fully shift away from them. We've seen how fast Supreme can jump back into a lead here. It looked close at the start of map 1, but then Supreme, when they got the ball rolling, they couldn't be slowed down, so we'll see what remains to be true here, but a nice smoke screen going to be set up for the B push. Brando on the off angle of lockers still should have a slight advantage on the challenge, but they don't seem too keen to push out just yet. But look at the double stack here. They've got a perfect read on it. Supreme, they've got 3 players on the other side of this push, and there's just no way through. Wisdom goes down, Uzair goes down, and Logic, he's now stuck in a corner.
Brando, he's low, but yeah, one of those situations where they've just got the numbers, Supreme. A more than good enough spot, you'd think. Quick 1 for 1, but now as Pyrex gets caught, that should be it. Stone shouldn't really have any sort of a chance now, all alone, and he's sneaked off. So up to a 6th, slowly but surely just chipping away at the deficit. Still a lot more that they have to do for us to be even remotely kind of convinced, but still better than nothing. Something up their sleeve. I thought they would have been really just checked out because of how drastic the recovery required was, but no, they're actually kind of proving there's a little bit of something.
Yeah, this is exactly what you want to see from Supreme. Even if they go down on this map, they want to make this a close one. They don't want it to feel easy for this EZMoney lineup because they know there's still a 3rd map on the horizon they may have to deal with, and they don't want EZMoney to feel like they can just steamroll their way into that grand final. They want to show they can rebound because fighting from behind, that's exactly what they're going to have to learn to be able to do when they come up against a team like Swamp Gaming. So I'm glad we're already seeing some glimpses of that now.
A nice swing coming down those stairs. Zara and Pyrex combining quite well, and this might be all she wrote. I don't see a world now as well, and especially with Uzar on that quick 180. What on to one man LSN, and he will be seen off as well. So just like that, EZMoney proving what they're all about. That is such a good response coming out from them. Yes, maybe a little bit of a cosmetic comeback towards that tail end of the map, but fundamentally all that matters is a map taken, and a real nice map taken at that as well. So EZMoney, they've kind of changed the narrative a lot around this series. See as the underdogs, now looking really strong. In towards map number 3, you've got to expect that they've got a lot of momentum behind their sails, a lot of confidence in this side as well. I'm liking what I see. So as a whole, as we're heading towards Black Widow, this could be a completely different end to the story as what we expected. But of course, before we get there, we're going to go to a bit of a break. So we'll see you soon.
what an insane comeback from an insane team like EZMoney. Penguin, they managed to come back. I actually thought that that's it. It's a 2-0. There's no coming back unless go Swamp Gaming versus Supreme. But no, EZMoney still have it, and they still have things to say.
Yeah, we've seen also Supreme falling in Subbase yesterday versus Swamp Gaming.
We sure did.
It's not the best map for them, and we've seen also a very good performance from EZMoney. I predicted that this series is going to be going 2-1 because how Supreme played the first map was not convincing for me, and still going into Subbase where they showed a lot of weaknesses in the last map just said it all. And Pyrex again, this guy, I guess he's got like 21 kills in this map single-handedly, so this guy is just destroying the whole NA region.
Man, even in the map that they did lose, and I'm here to speak about EZMoney, Pyrex managed to get over 20 kills. And
18 or 20 kills,
yeah.
And yesterday as well, he got like 45 kills in both maps. So he's just going into like 100 kills in 5 maps maybe.
Exactly, and he keeps proving that whether I'm losing, I'm winning, I'm doing my part of the job. I'm just being everywhere in the map, in A side, B side. I'm catching the lurk, I'm catching the flank, and I can re-rotate the map. Overall, it was a great convincing win from EZMoney, but don't you think so? If Pyrex wasn't feeling himself, that would have been a quick 2-0 from Team Supreme.
Yeah, definitely it wouldn't be that close because as you can see, a heavy lifting coming here from Pyrex, and Logic as well had a very good game. I wanted to mention this as well, and Uzar had a very good game until the last few rounds. Maybe he fell into under the pressure, he couldn't close the map, but luckily have Pyrex and the rest of the guys. Stonic didn't have his best maps, but yet his teammates just carried him out and got the win. On the other hand, LSN and Brando, they did a very good job in my opinion, because Brando is still an IGL, but he was moving kinda very quick around the sides, but Pyrex was just destroying everybody on the screen. So I guess when you have somebody just dropping 20 kills every game for you, that means that he should be winning the map.
True. So what's next from here? So we have Swamp Gaming waiting, watching the match, and probably watching us now here now. Hi. What's next for the two teams now between EZMoney and Supreme? Who do you think will have the upper hand? Now everyone did choose their own map, and it all comes down to the decider match. Who do you think have the upper hand? Is it Supreme? Is it Pyrex and EZMoney?
Well, from what we have seen, I guess EZMoney is gonna be more ready because the pressure is gonna be all on Supreme.
Well, you said it, man, and I'm here for it. Casters, take it away for the last game of the first best of 3.
Cheers, guys. Final map here as well. Initially coming into this series, it wasn't really expected, but Supreme fall very flat on a map that they've looked very flat on. And Kyle, it now changes our thought process heading towards this third. I mean, EZ might actually technically be coming as the favorites.
Yeah, I mean, part of the win condition has to be said. Pyrex, can he do a 5th map in a row of 20 kills? That's a lot to ask from one player, but if he can pull that off, that's already a statement in itself. But that's part of why I didn't expect this series to be 3 maps coming into today. I thought, Pyrex had a good day yesterday. He couldn't possibly do it again. Now he is doing it again, and he's really pulled his team back into a fighting position. On top of that, you also have players like Uzair and Logic starting to pull up numbers themselves and make this a much more competitive series. I think the big question here on this map, though, that's going to be a challenge for them, is this is often a very lane control heavy map where the snipers add a lot of value, and that's where Supreme is very strong because they have LSN and Imagine who can man that. And already LSN able to get that first kill. Stone now left underneath the windows, taken down immediately, and Supreme trying to make a statement in this opening round, but Uzair swings wide, gets to Pyrex, good for another. Uzair picks up a 3rd. LSN somehow alive though, gets the double kill. They can't secure the trade. It's already down to the 1v1. Wisdom though, thankfully there saves the day.
Okay, that was chaos to start things off. I mean, showing that this is just nuts, what we're expecting out of this map. You're looking towards exactly, especially how these two sides are played in terms of the tempo changes. EZMoney, nice from them to really kind of set the tone, I think, a little bit. They're more than happy. If you want to fight fire, we will go aggressive against you. So, very, very interesting start. Keep worried though for Supreme. Things do start badly for them. They're going to get in their own heads, especially when Pyrex, Logic all getting in towards the fray.
caution. The only player holding his feet to the fire, but he can be that momentum swing. It could potentially be enough to at least hold things down for now. But Pyrex, 6 HP as we've seen on him, could still make a world of difference in how the round plays out. Brando also going to be spotted on the backside of the catwalk here. The nade, though, ooh, somehow barely skates by there for 2 HP damage onto Pyrex. So they're going to go ahead and double back towards this B bomb site, which really only has Stone in middle on the coverage. But Brando, for some reason, lets his teammate take B alone, but has the bomb on the catwalk overly exposed. And that's going to give EZMoney a golden opportunity to take this one.
Yeah, you'd expect him to. We'll see. Stone sees it off. This is a very interesting start for Supreme. Still a lot of the same issues seem to be plaguing them, it feels. Have to watch at the moment. 2-0. Supreme just cannot seem to compete in terms of just the pure mechanics side of things. Never mind the more in-depth control of exactly how do we make these sort of rounds work for us. One to watch.
Yeah, honestly, for EZMoney, it's a really good position to be in here. This is also a map that tends to lean in favor of the Blacklist side, so already leading 2-0 on the GR. Feel like a good bit of momentum. Stone only going to be good for one before going down on the B bomb side. The counter utility going to be thrown. Wisdom sneaks into the double doors, but he has to be able to hold off the cross. He's not going to be able to find anything. Gets forced out of position. Has to go in for the full retake wraparound here. Logic, he's stuck underneath the B window as well, waiting to see what's going to happen. But Brando, he's the only one with low HP on this post plan for Supreme, and he's just going to be tucked away, kind of toying with the retake. Pops the flash for Imagine as well, but Pyrex is able to already find himself one on the retake, and now goes for the secondary kill, but the rest of his team has already fallen by the wayside. It's not going to be enough. Supreme get there first.
Okay. Well, at least Supreme proving there's still, I think, enough around them to go toe-to-toe. There's that worry that they continue to start really slowing towards this map. They could just run away before they even get to that point. I reckon take this fight out long. Such individual confidence from him, but the overconfidence there is the first to fall, and same for Wisdom, both over peaking.
And now on the rotation, who's there? Going to be caught right away. LSN and Mina doing a great job on the entries in this round. Stone going to try and hold on to it, though. Able to find two, but unfortunately, the flank is ready to go, and there's just no way out of this one. But look at these initial entries there from Mina. Just a great job of opening things up.
Alrighty. Tied up nice and quickly. Early kill as well until Pyrex is a long way, and Stone taking a lot of damage too. That'll help. That'll really help.
Nice little shot there from Uzair. Keeps things a little bit closer as they look to potentially swing the bomb back towards B. And this is where I think we're going to have to see something different from EZMoney, because I'm starting to feel like this might be the first map they have to try and get it done without Pyrex on a 20 bomb. He's struggling a little bit, over-aggressing on these early peaks, and he's not winning the fights this time around.
Brando just waiting. Doesn't want to go on his own, so they're going to group up. Actually, goes through a decent amount of damage. There's a lot of people to fight here. Logic as well to even get one out of that, but now the site is completely cracked open. B is free to work with. Rank 3, Uzar spotted. Don't need to peek here if you are Brando. Snow coming down. Actually, pretty excellently done, right? Just don't take that much of a fight if you don't need to. Flashman actually might just keep Uzar at bay. Keep him slowed down. They're just looking to where is this other guy. They know where Uzar is. It's about finding where Wisdom is, and there he is. Goes head through window, finds a kill. LSN will go down. Another kill that'll come through, but this time a straight line towards Uzar. So Wisdom, a known quantity, and now in a 1 versus 2.
Yeah, there's just no time as well to get this one done. 10 seconds for 2 kills and a defuse. No way it's going to be possible here. Even if he gets the kills, that defuse is just not going to happen here. He knows there's no time, has to hop on it, and there's the kill very quickly. Brando able to step it up, and this is where Supreme is showing what they can do under the pressure. This seems to be the team that has a little bit more confidence and composure, and that's where I worried about EZMoney. We saw glimpses of it in that first map. You would have these rounds where they look good at the start, but then it falls by the wayside, and this is where EZMoney has to show they can thrive under the pressure.
I gotta agree. A lead now taken. Logic Jiggle peeking on that corner. Got the right idea here. It's just whether they can hit this quick shot. If he can find one and fall away unscathed, that would really, really help this situation, especially if he can set himself up into a bit of a crossfire. He's alone here towards B is the real worry.
Yeah, Logic has the weight of the world on his shoulders right now on this B push. He really needs to find at least a couple kills. Misses the headshot, though, on that first entry. Goes for the repeat, gets the kill. Now the rotation has to be on point, but unfortunately, a bit of an early peek from Wisdom opens up the opportunity for a clean execution. LSN somehow survives 5 bullets through the door as well, and Imagine gets the kill onto Stone, lurking from behind, and it's all surely fallen apart at this point for EZMoney. They looked so good in these opening 2 rounds, started it off with a very clean 2-0, and now it's looking like 4 in a row could go the way of Supreme, unless Uzair can find a way to put a stop to it. Pyrex, though, now the lone warrior once again, but on this map, he hasn't been the hero of the day, so it's a 4-2 lead.
Nice work. Nice work, Supreme. Pouring a couple of rounds back in their favor and doing them really confidently as well. It's a long way, just by helping them out, just shrugging off that second map. Double smokes, double nades around that corner. Just in case it was an aggressive long play, but there actually wasn't. It's a bit more of a slower approach. Nice Supreme here. Spoke out the tempo changes a lot for EZMoney, and Supreme also proven they can throw a couple of their own in.
Yeah, I like the play calling as well here from Supreme, just slow rolling into these B bomb side executions where it has not looked the best here for EZMoney. They've had some struggles holding on to this box room fight. A lot of it boils down to when they have to play patient, have to set up the trades, they still just want to take the fights. And this is a map where if you're too aggressive on the GR side, eventually you're going to get punished for it.
Yeah. It's quiet. 1 minute 20. No need to make a rash decision just yet by any means. It's rare to get to this point and have a 5 versus 5. Everybody's still alive. We've had a lot of early fights. It could be big. Yeah, nice work. Felt like Uzar fell asleep for a brief second there. Fine, still wins out here. Same for Wisdom. He's looking for a second as well. Stone be the one to fall. Oh, and so will Uzar. This gets a little funky. How we're letting this slip. Logic now left all alone in 1 versus 3. And he's nowhere near this site.
Yeah, Logic, he's going to have to do it all here. 1v3 clutch. Spots the shoulder of Mina on the first peek. Gets the kill. Brando now stuck behind the triple LSN. Starting to creep up on long, though. This nade has to do a lot of damage, and Brando able to avoid it on the triple stack, but LSN, a nice little bait on the off angle. Able to keep that one alive, but this is a round that they had no business winning. It was a 3-on-5 in favor of EZMoney, but Mina underneath with LSN just clean it up nicely.
Yeah, that's right. EZMoney, it's now becoming a little bit too easy for Supreme to win these rounds. I'm still trying to group up and play together, but doesn't seem to work. And they've actually changed up their setup as well. They're now leaving Pyrex to be that solo Bianca. Gonna get some support over now with Wisdom, but I think putting a little bit more faith in Pyrex to do it all alone.
Ooh, Logic, he really wanted to take that peek. Unfortunately, not able to find anything. On the other side, though, it's going to be Imagine dropping Uzair on that mid peak, and they do find themselves an early pick to work with. This time, though, Stone has to be careful. The timing on that mid peak not going to work out. Pyrex only going to be one and done on the B box room. Wisdom able to find himself one as well, but Mina on the other side here with Imagine able to catch him, and just like that, it is already 6 rounds in favor of Supreme. They've got the team play, they've got the trades, and this is what we were wanting to see from this team all along. But you also have to wonder what's going on here with Pyrex. 4 maps of 20 plus in a row, and now at the bottom for his team. It's a lot of pressure to keep that consistency high, but this is the moment where they need him to step up the most.
Yeah, it seems like they've really kind of figured out how to make him feel uncomfortable. So far, so good. Whatever they're doing, you don't really need to change it up. GamePro don't fix it is probably the MO that you're taking it. 6-2. Any more they get in this half, already absolutely flying. Get up towards the 7th. Does feel like we might actually be quite rapidly on the beginning of the end of this series, and maybe a bit of a fizzled out sort of hype that we brought towards this. Those big expectations. Oh my god, Wisdom, he actually has been spotted there.
Yeah, listen, he's got all the info here. He spotted both A players. Knows Pyrex and Wisdom are both playing these positions, but a lot of it's actually going to come down to the B push here. They're all going to fall back into this B execution. There's a 2-player setup on the box room. They've got the high-low with Logic and Stone, but they're going to have to be able to hold on to it for a little bit longer. It's only a 2-for-2 trade. Uzair knows he has to swing in, but Imagine he is ready for it. Shuts it down before anything gets started. You've got Mina on 1 HP, holding things down for just a little bit longer, but Wisdom, he's going to have to be the first on the attack here. Knows he needs to find something to look at Imagine on the off angle. Just a glimpse of the head is all it takes. And Supreme find themselves a 7-2 half.
Wow. I mean, at this point, it does really feel like this is a completely different showing from EZMoney, and which is quite unfortunate. You've just had a fantastic map, which you prove that you can go really toe-to-toe with this side, and is this now more indicative that Supreme just struggle on sub-base more than anything, right? It's really solid bar the one map, and it feels like that is the case. LSN opening things up. It goes back to how map number 1 felt, where it's all the opening duels are only going one way. The trades are pretty effective by Supreme. This is damning. EZMoney look, yeah, pretty checked out.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, they have to full rally to get themselves back into this one. They're already down a player at the start of the half as well, so this is not an easy road to recovery at all for them. And you've already got Mina adding that extra bit of pressure on this B bridge fight. He's going to see potential double kill here if he can catch the timing, but he's spotted early by Wisdom. A good check on that corner pocket, but the support's already there as well. I don't know if they know LSN is playing on the off angle, but look at how much forward pressure is coming through from the GR side. They're fully pushed up mid. They're fully pushed out of B, and the only forward presence they've got for EZMoney is Stone on A long.
LSN. Spyrex. Needs to be a slow performance out from him. Wisdom can have one of his own. LSN is very low, so definitely still a recoverable round on EZMoney. They're not peeking. Doesn't want to show any contact just yet. He's waiting for sound cues. And on the jiggle beat, the spot Uzar knows where he is. He's trying to take these fights through the window. Can't quite connect, but right there, LSN finally seen off, but he was low.
And now you can see the potential on this B bomb site starting to come to life here, but Brando, he's the one who can play spoiler. He still hasn't been spotted. Stuck away behind the double stack, and here comes the timing for the double swing. It's actually Mina to pick himself up a nice triple kill. Get this one continuing forward into the second half in their favor. 8-2, probably the most commanding scoreline we've seen so far in this series, and at quite the time for Supreme.
8-2. A damning showing here on Black Widow. Listen. Right, shot, only a pixel Peter. A lot to work with. He should be a dead man walking. He is, but still, look at the numbers dwindling rapidly for EZMoney. Down to 2.
Yeah, not a good sign. They had all of the advantage to quickly take down LSN, but Mina picking up 3 on A long gives them a lot of chances now to still make this a 9-2 map. And imagine as well, tucked away on the double stack, Pyrex. Is he going to have an idea? No. A little bit too late to the punch there. Imagine gets the kill. And now we're going to match point 9-2. This is a completely different Supreme. You can tell they are ready to cross that threshold into the grand final.
Okay. Pyrex. Shot that connects for him. Like we said, he really has felt like he's struggled, but now or never to really step up. Imagine a flash around that corner, but it will not stop Uzar getting a kill before it pops.
Yeah, for EZMoney here, you can tell, even with the player advantage, they don't feel comfortable in the way this map is played out. They're still very turtled up in this A-long position, and they may even give this 2v5 opportunity over to Supreme to take it. It's going to be both players peeking into it. Brando already going to be good for one, but it's not going to be enough. EZMoney finally able to get themselves a round on the board, but honestly, it's still not looking the best. They seem a little bit rattled from what's happened so far.
Yeah, you are right. I mean, the recovery required from them as well is pretty emphatic. It feels next to impossible, I think is probably the kind way of putting it. Okay. Stone, a shot. There's an opener. Something that EZMoney have struggled to come by. And a quick trade on towards Brando. At least gets one before falling there. Let's him hold it for the swing. Not close as well. He will do well. Looking for a second. This could be a little bit funky. Stone actually going to get out of there. Only just back into a 2 versus 2.
There you have it, though. They're able to get it done. EZMoney find themselves a second round back-to-back, but you've got to wonder if it's even possible at this point.
Yeah.
You're down 9-2. It would require 7 in a row to even get themselves back into fighting position in overtime, and then they would still have to win it out in OT. So it doesn't feel like it's too likely from my spot here, but you never know. It's a lot of pressure. You know, Supreme, they can see that light, and they have struggled a few times when they've gotten close to the finish line to get a clean finish here. So we'll see if it's enough to maybe open up that opportunity, but you're going to need that, plus you're going to need Pyrex to still pull up, I think, in a bigger way as well to get it done, because we're kind of seeing the result of what happens when it's not even that he's having a bad game, he's just not 20 bombing, you know? It's not even like he's well below his team, but the impact he's had so far just isn't there, and it's definitely noticeable.
One of those where, yeah, it's like our expectations are so high for this guy individually. When he's having an okay game, it doesn't feel okay. Fell asleep there, feels a bit for Logic.
Yeah, it looks like we may have had a disconnection at the start of the round, so it looks like might have been a pause called before anything happened there, maybe attack pause. So interesting one there, but I think we'll end up replaying potentially at 9-4. We'll see how it shakes out, though. Sometimes if there's damage dealt before the disconnection, the result can stand, but we'll see. But at this point, I'm assuming they're going to let them play from the pause. 9-4, it makes sense that, you know, you might see attack pause coming out to maybe try and see what's left to throw a curveball at the side of Supreme, because ultimately, I mean, if this team was playing like they were on sub base, we'd already be done at this point. I don't know what sub base means for them moving forward. Obviously, I'm hoping they ban it if they go up against Swamp, but outside of sub base, they've looked like the stronger team hands down.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the one thing that if we're looking at a best of 5, you do get that ban, right? And we probably do have to get rid of that sub base, but we'll let the desk break that down. After all, it is the end of this first game of the day.
And here you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to Team Supreme. I mean, they talked the talk, yet they walked the walk, and they managed to get a clean 2-0. I was going to say quick, but it's not quick at all. I mean, they did struggle in the second map, and the third map, they did deserve the win. Overall, Penguin, did you expect Supreme to be in this position, or did you expect more from EZMoney?
Of course, we expected more from EZMoney because we've seen a very good performance from the guys yesterday and today as well, but It just seems that the match that Pyrex is not hitting his shots, or maybe he's
True.
not feeling it. It's just the team's all force apart, and we've seen how quickly the team fold into Black Widow, because Supreme played very good on Black Widow as well. And as Kyle said, I guess from now on, Supreme, we need them to ban Subbase, because if they perform that much good on Port, we've seen it yesterday by the way, and Black Widow, we've seen also Eagle Eye today, they played very good versus Supreme, then why you are playing Subbase? Just
Exactly.
yeah, just try to maybe force one of the new maps. You're gonna be doing better, because in Subbase you're not just, it's just not working for you. So I guess for Supreme, they deserved the win. Maybe they had a very bad map, but in the end the series goes for them.
And the amount of pressure on a player like Pyrex, by the way, if he's not performing, then the team does not perform. It doesn't make sense to me. I mean, when we look at Supreme, sometimes one player is not performing, the other is performing. So they make up for each other. Every player has his own weight. Every player can carry his own faults and mistakes. But that's not the case from EZMoney. What I'm getting is, if a single player or a certain player is not performing well, then the whole team crumbles, and you don't want to see this when you're playing against Swamp Gaming or even Supreme Gaming. Anyways, did you see from Supreme Gaming any highlights or any specific plays that made you say, okay, that's the breaking point, watching the highlights now, or there is no comeback from this? Because the early game was going back and forth between the two teams.
Well, the early game started very good for EZMoney. I guess they got 2 rounds in a row, and then everything started to fall apart from this moment when LSN just went to the box room and just killed everybody with his USP and his TRG. I guess the break point for EZMoney was that LSN is just clutching and hitting every shot that he can make, and then they start spamming B-side, as you can see now, and they went in, rushed in 5-man into B-side, hitting everybody, and as we can see, the double sniper setup, and sometimes Imagine to hit the nice shots with his sniper. So I guess LSN shaped the first half very good. They made them win 7-2. There is no comeback from 7-2 on Black Widow. Yes, it's blacklist map, but still you need to do better on the global side. So in my opinion, shout out to LSN. He was one of the best players in the series, by the way, because he's also the guy who was playing very good on the map that they lost, which is Subbase last map. So now EZMoney, it's the last game for them. They took it to the third place. We wanted to see them maybe in the higher rankings, but for, still Supreme was better anyways. Maybe talking about yesterday and today as well, and that's, they're gonna be playing strong gaming again. And
throughout the 3 maps, I mean, they did manage to make themselves the better team, the stronger team out there. Especially LSN, you don't find yourself playing 3 maps and performing in the 3 maps the same way, which is closer to perfection. And that's what happened with Supreme Gaming. They managed to, you know, put an end to it. They managed to reach a place where, okay, there's no comeback from this. We are all in, we're doing it perfect, and no one can stop us, and that's what happened with EZMoney. But again, EZMoney felt more disconnected, felt more not playing as a group, not playing as a team, although people did expect both teams that they have an equal chance to qualify. So I think that's it for EZMoney, sadly, and now all the focus is on Supreme, because they are going to play again tonight against a bigger team, which is Swamp Gaming.
Yeah, it's gonna be now a best of 5, so they have some limits in the ban and pick. They have only 1 ban. Both teams have only 1 ban.
Yes.
I believe that Swamp Gaming can just ban New Mexico or Ankara, so I guess it's gonna be a very close matchup. This time Supreme is looking for the revenge.
Yeah, and for every final there needs to be a quick break before we go and jump in the action. Let's go a quick break and then come back with the finale.
I guess you guys didn't expect to be seeing our ugly mugs back so quickly, but we actually are going to be replaying that fan round. We were a little bit confused, but it seems like, judging by what happened, the easy guys, they got kicked about 15 seconds into the round. The server kicked them out, so the round didn't actually play out. Now, granted, it feels like this might be already on its last legs, but it's only fair that we play things back out from 9-4 to make it a fair round. Of course, I don't think Supreme want to win with gimmicks. They want to win it the proper way. So, let's see how things pan out. This series, technically, not done yet, as much as it did feel like it was. We're back underway. 9-4. Kyle, it does feel like regardless, though, we are still kind of at the beginning of the end, but you never know.
Yeah, I mean, 5 rounds in a row, even after a reset like that, still going to be a tough task ahead for EZMoney. We'll see if they've got what it takes to maybe take this one all the way into an overtime. It's going to require a lot more than what we saw before that break, though, to get there. So at this point, they're already up against it, especially look at the setup here. You've got Mina and Brando have snuck up the catwalk, and there is actually no indication of this on the BL side. They've got no idea, and now they're starting to take space as a team. They have full control of mid, full control of the B bridge, and there's no other option but to hope they go A at this point for EZMoney, because if you go anywhere else, you're walking right into the danger zone, and who's there? He's about to bite the bullet here. It's going to be Mina who finds the first, Imagine finds the second, and this is where it might just fall apart here and now. Logic now stuck in the top of mid, but Logic, he's going to be traded down as well, and Stone, he is alone, hoping he can find a way to hang on here, but just like that, they're going to get the round anyways. Supreme's still going to win it 10-4.
It's the fair thing to do, but right, guys, back to the break we go now. But as a whole, it's the fair thing to do to play that round out. It ends exactly the way that we expected it to be. It already felt like there was one foot in the grave for Easy, but it's only right that we play the round out, and it is one the right way, I guess, is ultimately the way of putting it. But credit to Supreme, right? They put themselves on a decent spot heading in towards the grand finals. They're a side who, I think, yeah, despite that sub base, everything else for them looks actually really, really solid. They can just clean up that one map. They can start to put some pressure on towards Swamp. Now, of course, Swamp coming as the heavy favorites, but there's some real nice moments from the Supreme side, and we're closing out that final round the proper way. We're going to throw it back to the boys on the desk before we get things underway for the finals. See you soon.
Well, that just feels like a deja vu, doesn't it? Thank you, casters, and congratulations again to Team Supreme Gaming. I don't want to repeat our talk, actually, but I mean, we did already cover the highlights, and we did already cover a lot of the actions that happened with the Supreme Gaming and with our winners. So let's talk more look of with the brackets and seeing EZMoney leaving us now after winning against Top Rank, losing against Supreme, and now reaching against Swamp Gaming.
Yeah, now Supreme had to revenge for the loss yesterday. This is going to be a tough matchup, especially that they're going to be going 5 maps versus Swamp Gaming, and I can see that their V2 is not the best. Yeah, they can play multiple maps, but still, if you want to be winning best of 5s, that means that you need to have a very strong V2, which we are not seeing from Supreme. We've seen them showing a very good performance on port, but was not the best that makes you win Swamp Gaming. We've seen also very good performance from them on Black Widow, but the question is, will they be able to do the same versus Swamp Gaming? Because their sub base is not good. Their new compound, I don't think they played it, and New Mexico as well. I don't think these guys are playing these maps.
But do you see this map going like 5, this series, next series, of course, Swam and Supreme going 5 maps by any chance? Like, do you see an award where Supreme struggled to reach the place and Swam did not? Swam just destroyed most of the teams and reached this position. Do you see a world where Supreme can take over Swamp Gaming or not?
Well, looking at Supreme's KDs right now, the guys are more, it looks like they're more locked into this matchup, and they are more warmed up, so maybe the 3 maps went into their favor, because this gives you more motivation, makes you more warmed for the next matchup, because you need your aim for the next matchup, so you need all your players. As we can see, they are all positive KD on the line, and also you having a 2.8 86 KD. This guy is followed up by
Yeah.
Ellis, and the guy said that he was the break point
Yes.
for his teammate when he just got some clutches and got just multi kills that made his teammates win Black Widow. So in my opinion, Supreme Stars, when you guys are going versus Swarm Gaming on a best of 5, you need to have a one strong decent map in between the maps, because you can't start with the weak maps for yourself, and you can start with one very strong map for yourself, and then you fall shortly, because you need one map in between. Because going one on one, it feels so good for you, but going to
Exactly.
0 down is going to be very hard. And as you can see, LSN is our match MVP of the first series. He played very good, and as I said, he played kinda consistent in all the maps that that they played. Even the map that they lost, he was still positive KD, and he was still hitting his shots in sub base, as you can see now. So shout out to LSN, the Vietnamese boy that's playing on the Dino qualifiers, is doing very good performance right now.
Yeah, and he did back up all of his talk, and it's actually a bit clear with the Supreme Gaming that they were the better team, and they were the guys that actually did deserve to, you know, qualify and play against Swarm Gaming. Now, with EZMoney, the run was difficult. The run was full of loser brackets, and pretty much not a single match ended 2-0 for them. It was 2-1, 2-1, 2-1, and now reaching a place where we have to say goodbye to them. Now, let's talk more about the next series. It's a best of 5 format between big 2 names, Supreme Gaming and Swarm Gaming. But before speaking about the boys, let's take a quick break for them to get ready, and then come back and analysis and give us a clear analysis about the 2 teams. Break and come back to you guys. Welcome back, everyone, and welcome to our main event, our last match of the night, and last series of the night. Sadly, man, the last series of our whole tournament, our whole setting here, it's the grand finale between Swamp Gaming and Supreme Gaming Penguin. It's been hell of a ride, man, with lots of teams, lots of names. And finally, just these two big monsters, the final pass between Supreme Stars and Swamp Gaming. How we looking, and what team are you looking forward to the most?
Well, definitely Swamp Gaming, the favorite here in this series, and looking into their performance yesterday, the guys just did very well, and I guess they were kind of more prepared for the matchup versus Supreme than the other players, because as you can see, the roster of these guys are just so goodly handled between each other. We have Josh Snox, famous HCZ, and Kai's.
Yes.
Of course, led by HCZ in game. He's the IGL and the brain of the team, and the guy who leads the team in game, and of course famous and his deadly shots alongside with Kai's, who is actually outshining famous right now in the last few games, because the guy is just insane and popping up every single game. And then Supreme Stars, we have LSN, Good, Imagine, Brandon, Ew. To be honest, Ew stepped up very good in the last games. We've seen maybe very good clutches from him, and he was key factors of winning Black Widow, which was a stomp in my opinion versus EZMoney. But now also Imagine stepped up very good, and Brando did very good job as well. So now if these guys continue the same pace, I didn't mention LSN because LSN is usually playing a very consistent level. He's not like popping off 100%. He's going like crazy kills or just dropping 20-30 bombs. No, he's just doing the basic job that he needs to be doing and consistently doing it. And this is something very good. You don't want someone who's sometimes very good, sometimes very bad. You need someone who's consistent, so you can at least rely on him in clutches or rely on him on picks that he's always getting us. So that's why I'm saying LSN right now, he's very good and he's a threat for Swamp Gaming.
And I think when you speak about Swamp Gaming, it's always a danger zone there. It's always this circle of matter that once you see such team, you're always scared no matter how much you won. But the thing is, now for Supreme, they played a match and they're ready to jump into another one.
Yeah, they're more warmed up.
Yeah, how much pressure are on them? Are they ready because they are more warmed up, but they are, I'd say they're a bit burnt out, you'd say. And from Team Supreme, they would be more warmed up than Swamp, but Swamp more chill, more calm. They took the time, they're ready, they didn't play any, they're not exhausted. What do you think is the best, being super warmed up, you play the game, or you're just ready, never play the game, just warmed up in the casual games?
Well, definitely my case is going to be that more warmed up, because usually when I played in the playoffs, I just wanted to have some warm-up games before the finals, because the finals is just a different case. The finals is not only about strategies. I guess the strategies just collapse on the finals, because it's a matter of how you handle the pressure and how you hit your shots, because the strategy is the last thing you want to do in the finals. Because if you're falling strat-wise, at least you're hitting your shots. You can get and still win rounds and win clutch. So Swamp Gaming, they have the all pressure on them, because Supreme are coming here as underdogs.
Yes.
Everybody's expecting Swamp Gaming winning, and everybody's just favoring Swamp Gaming, and that's true. That's the champions, that's the NA contenders, and the guys who are representing any region for 2 years in a row right now.
Yeah, which makes Supreme Stars the underdogs here and the dark horse. And many of you guys would vote for Supreme Stars, but the vast majority would say Swamp Gaming. Now let's speak more about maps. What do you think would be picked from Supreme Stars or even from Swamp Gaming?
Well, we're looking for bans now, because it's going to be 5 maps, so you don't get to pick that maps anyway, because you're going to be playing them, or they're going to be on the book. So we are looking for a sub-base ban from Supreme. They need to do it, but I don't think they're going to be doing it, because they need to ban New Compound or New Mexico. And in my opinion, if they ban New Compound, Swamp Gaming is gonna ban New Mexico. So we will have New Compound ban, New Mexico ban, and we're gonna be playing the 5 maps, because we 100% will have Port, Black Widow, and Ankara as well. Yeah, maybe Ankara, because some gaming don't like Ankara that much.
Yeah, I mean, since it's a best of 5, it's so hard to reach the 5 map, especially with the scenario of Swamp Gaming. Anyways, let's see the actual map V2 now. Seeing the pick and bans, we would see a ban coming from Swamp Gaming first, I think. Yup, New Mexico got banned.
Yeah, I guess it's gonna be new compound banned by Supreme, and we're gonna be playing the 5 basic maps that we all looking for. Swan Gaming definitely picks Subbase the first map, as it's one of the worst maps for Supreme Stars. Looking at their performance in the last two Subbase games that they played, one of was versus Swan Gaming, they lost it 10-2 I believe, and one versus also EZMoney, they lost it 10-4 maybe. So now they're gonna be picking also Port versus them, and this is kinda a revenge scenario, because it's exactly the same scenario, just flipped maps. Yesterday when Supreme played Swan Gaming, they started on Port and they had second map Subbase. Now they started on Subbase and they have second map Port. In my opinion, Supreme Stars should have picked Black Widow, because I've watched the port yesterday, it wasn't the best. Swan Gaming showed also some strength spawns on it, and Kai's is just so insane on this map. So in my opinion, you should have went to Black Widow, because I've seen their performance on Black Widow. They performed very good versus EZMoney, which EZMoney is not an easy target on Black Widow. And we've seen Pyrex doing 25 kills on Black Widow, and he still managed to get him down.
No, not at all. I think EZMoney is just a hard opponent, but Supreme managed to take them down, and that's what makes Supreme here is the dark horse. Because when you play against Swan Gaming, it's a whole different game, it's a whole different scenario, yet still manageable and doable to win against. But when you speak about Swan Gaming, it's this weird scenario. No matter how many teams you did win, no matter how many teams you did able to win, there's this still big scenario against Swan Gaming, whether you will be able to take them down or no. An answer to our question, will Swan Gaming lose to Supreme Stars in this best of 5? Casters, tell us this story.
Alright, cheers guys. We're looking forward to getting this final underway. All the narrative, Carl, it's safe to say, is built around Swamp being the heavy favourites. They've already played once. It was a pretty one-sided showing, and we've got to bring up that elephant in the room. The sub-base did not get banned. They went for the new compound ban for Supreme. I don't know if that's the right call. This sub-base has looked rough.
Yeah, I mean, they lost it 10-3 yesterday against Swamp Gaming. They lost it today 10-5 against EZMoney. So they're going to have their best sub-base we've seen all qualifier long to get this one rolling. But for Swamp Gaming, they've got to see this as a golden opportunity to start this series off with a confident win, because this is a very strong map for this team. They don't even run double snipers on it because they don't have to, because Kai's is just so mobile. On top of that, you're going to see M14s, I think, for days coming out of the way this team plays. They love to wallbang pre-fire when it comes to Swamp Gaming, and they're not afraid to take these fights. And if you're Supreme, I think that's the deal breaker for them in this series. They cannot play the Swamp Gaming match that they want to see. Swamp Gaming wants that respect given, but if you're Supreme, you've got to be willing to take risks if you want to beat this team.
I think you're right. I think it's kind of the only way that really Supreme are going to find a win here in this final. They actually really have to be unorthodox. They can't afford for things to be a default style of play, because that's where Swamp are going to dominate, and it's Snox and HCC who start things off well. Double opener to kickstart Swamp, who are all but expected to walk this final. SN though, Des brought him up a hell of a lot, and I think rightfully so. He was actually really good in that previous game. He's very consistent, doesn't really seem to have a drop-off in form, and they're going to recall him quite a lot, but it's not allowed another. So it's down to LSN. You know. Hang on.
Yeah, that's an interesting rotation there. Swamp Gaming getting caught off guard by Mina, and now it's on to HZZ. We'll see what he can do here in the clutch. He does have full HP to work with. Mina down to about 20. LSN, though, is still fully healthy for this first fight, and he might be the lone warrior here. If the catch comes through, what is that nice little pre-fire there? HCZ not ready, though, for the cross peek. And hey, Supreme, they'll take that one all day long. Even after losing the opening engagements, they still find a way through.
Okay, so Supreme already shrugging off what is the, I guess, the feeling to a degree coming in towards this. We just haven't been convinced by it, so it's hard to really sing a real positive note for them. But getting your first round on the board, that'll help things. Now we can chain this to just a few more, especially in quick succession. That'll really help things out. Auto start. Swamp, they're just warming up, right? They haven't had a whole series to play to get the aim and the mechanics online. So I think give it a few rounds and they'll be back to firing on their best. There's actually a real common conversation that I like to have on days like today, where it's essentially a lower bracket final into a grand final, is, generally speaking, what do teams prefer? Do you prefer to be the side that have just played a series and you're already warm, or be the side that have more time to prep? And honestly, 90% of the time, maybe even more so, when I look at these situations, the team who've already played seem to do better. It seems to be where generally they're feeling better and they're out the gates are a lot stronger. However, the difference being here is that Swamp are such a titan in the NA region that despite Supreme already having the warm-up, it might not even make a difference.
Yeah, that's where I'm unsure, since I think the last time Swamp Gaming has lost a map in an NA-only tournament would be 2023, I believe. And that has been a long run for them, fairly uncontested at the top. And if anything, with the additions of players like Snox since then, I think they look even stronger. HZZ as well, a newer addition to this team. So both of these players coming from top teams in the West League into the NA region, also just looking full force dominant as well. But so far, Supreme have the lead, but how long can they hold it? Maybe not too long here. If Swamp Gaming rotate in like this, it's going to be 2 early kills going their way. LSN at least able to secure the trade. Here comes the counter utility and the rotational support. Josh as well on the backswing. Swamp Gaming doing a good job of not overextending, just getting that rotator early on the lurk. And now they've got a 4-on-2 setup for the retake.
LSN looking really good out the gates. That's really positive to see. He might be in a bit of trouble. Oh, he is the trouble. No way. Pistol bounding round the corner. What are we witnessing? LSN 6-0 to start, and it's all on the shoulders of HCC. This is a guy who can shine, but my oh my. LSN, what have you done? What a round from him. He starts with a 3K and then adds a 4K on top, and he lines up 2 of them, Josh and Snox. That is a monstrous push upstairs.
Yeah, that's got to be the best play I've probably seen all tournament long so far in Swamp Gaming. It's going to be tough to be on the other side of that one. They're having a slow start to this one, and it's going to have to be a reply pretty soon here so it doesn't get out of hand early on here. But Supreme, you've got to hand it to them. A really strong start to this series, but here is Swamp Gaming starting to wake up. Kai's able to find LSN, and that's the player you really want to start to shut down here. He was on 7 kills in the first 2 rounds, and with him out of the picture, it already feels like a better round.
Yeah, the deaths brought him up quite a few times, and I think absolutely rightfully so. This is a guy who just has been really good all tournament long, and especially even just earlier today. They've got to make him uncomfortable. And, well, dropping him early, that'll help. His first death. Oh, that should have been a bit of a mow down there. HGC should have at least got 1. Thankfully, Josh will trade.
Ooh, Brando, though, able to find a nice one through the smoke, but imagine almost getting taken down on the lurk from Famous, and somehow the shutdown doesn't quite come the way of Swamp Gaming just yet, but Snox, he's going to be the one to step up this time around, able to get 3 kills on the round for Swamp Gaming to finally get there first. But even then, it looked a little bit scrappy to get it done.
Yeah, you are right. First on the board is nice, but still not, I guess, super convincing overall. And the main thing is you want to get it back to being in a spot of being super convincing. That's what we expect out of this Swamp side.
I like the way that Swamp's playing this as well on that vent control. Not really trying to go for the counter boost, but they get the information early on. But there is going to be a player on the other side of it, so they can play accordingly here. And this is why Swamp is a hard team to deal with on the GR side. They're not always playing that aggressive, but they're still playing in a way that's able to funnel that necessary information to the team. But it can be a bit uncomfortable on a map like Subbase to know you've got a full commit to take these fights, because some of these entry points are very GR-sided.
Oh, guys. Shot. Punished. LSN. Can't give him opportunities like that. He will punish you every day of the week. Up the angle by Josh. He does have the support down low as well of HCC. So it's still a pretty difficult B site to get into. But also at the same time, they don't actually have to go towards me. There's still plenty of time to work with here. Brando. Let's be a little careful. Stock's trying to catch him on that cross.
Yeah, Swamp trying to bait out a pick here, but they can't seem to get anyone to force this just yet. But they've got a nice little rotation going now for Supreme. They've pulled these players a little bit off of the A bomb site hold, but just in time. Famous and Snox, they call the audible to move back, but Supreme, they use the advantage here to get the pick onto Josh alone in the lobby. They're able to slide into the B bomb site now, and it's all up to Snox and Famous for this retake. It's a 2-on-4. Already one player down, though, so it's a 2-on-3, and Mina is very low. So this is still winnable for them if they can get the timing right, but they have to be aware of this lurk of Mina. If they don't check the spot, it could be devastating, but they clear it right away, and now this is a very winnable situation for Swamp.
Oh, nice shot. LSN, he just continues to be so impressive. And Famous going to get caught as well. Wow, okay. I'm really liking what I'm seeing from Supreme. They're playing actually with no respect being shown to Swamp at all. This is much, much better.
Yeah, I mean, right now it's really just LSN leading that charge. He's on a 9-1 KD. You've got Mina and Imagine as well getting some solid trades around it, but at some point, you've got to think that slows down, and that's where the rest of Supreme, I think, needs to be there and ready to pick things up a little bit. Brando having a bit of a slow start here, along with Aner, so I'm hoping they can really bring that next level that they're going to need when Swamp Gaming starts to hit their stride, because right now it feels like, to me, Swamp Gaming, they just haven't fully clicked the switch just yet, but once you get them alive and kicking, it's going to be a much different ball game here. And Kai's already off to a good start here. And Swamp, surprisingly, they've actually won the majority of these early round fights. They just haven't won on the on-site battles.
Yeah, it's one of those things. It's all well and good that they're winning the kind of the early game. It's actually, for them, unfortunately, right now, it feels like the late rounds where they're falling a little flat. Oh, jump peek. Hop shot to give away the Vents player. That's LSN in there as well, and of course they want to be avoiding him more than ever, especially on his current run of form. 9-1 he is. 7 kills in the first 2 rounds, pretty nuts. Moving towards lockers, that's control taken by them. Knocks up another, Brando falling. This surely should be around for Swamp now. It feels pretty unlosable with how much damage has been done towards LSN as well.
Yeah, this one's going to be tricky now. You need LSN to find an entry on the lurk here, but on top of that, this C4 has to try and get its way comfortably into A before the rotation comes through, and you can actually see they've kind of given up the A bomb site. Finally, there's going to be a quick call for the rotation back, but just as they start to rotate off, it is going to be LSN to find Josh, but it may not be enough here. Mina able to lurk through, though, to kill Famous. That is a huge kill to go the way of Supreme. Now they've got a chance to hold on to the A bomb site if they can get past Snox, but Snox is going to be unnoticed a little bit too long here, able to get the first, able to get the double kill, and Swamp Gaming have him to thank for reigniting this match, because Snox, he's already on 10 kills.
Yeah, I was about to say, you know, as much as LSN we've been singing his praises, Snox has come out the gates flying himself. He's looking really, really comfortable in the early part of this game. 3-2, Swamp get their second, which is ultimately exactly what we want to be seeing, right? Getting multiple individuals online. Slower paced round here by Supreme. Gonna try and play with the tempo a little bit, see if it can force Swamp into an overextension. Feels unlikely. They're a side that are very well disciplined, but you know, smoke down doors though. That'll limit the options for Supreme.
Yeah, for Supreme, this is going to be the difficult part of this matchup. They know this team very well, but because of that, they're shying away from taking some of these early fights as aggressively as they probably could here. And Snox, he's going to take full advantage of this, because unlike a lot of these players in NA, Snox doesn't have that high of an expectation, because he's been in this region a very short time as a brought-in player from the former GV lineup, and we saw what he could do on GV. This guy is a key entry fragger. He's not afraid to go for these early fights, and he's not going to show any respect here. He's just going full swing every time.
Yeah, kind of got to love it as well. Off angle by Famous. He'll reset and play over towards the boxes. At the same time, Snox makes another move, and again, it works well for him as he gets 2 behind it, looking for a third. He will be shut down with a quick trade that'll come through from HCZ. That's the round taken quite nicely by Swamp overall, and only the one casualty. You can't be upset with that.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this is exactly what they needed. They needed one player to step up, get the early start right back into their hands, and now that's without Famous and Kai's online. I mean, they have 3 frags combined. Snox has 13 already, and if these two step up alongside him, this is already going to be an uphill battle for Supreme, and that's where we saw, even with that early advantage, those rounds looked so good, but a lot of it was just due to LSN. They've still got 2 players on Supreme yet to put up a second kill.
Oh, well. 1 minute 45 goes a little quiet. Damage has been dealt over towards Supreme, so in terms of the HP wars, they're a little bit on that lesser end, but fundamentally 5v5, that's ultimately all that matters.
Famous, though, you can tell he wants to take the fight here on the A stairs, but he hasn't had the best of times so far on this first map, but maybe this time around things will change. Goes for the peak, only able to find one, though, not quite what he was hoping to get out of that positioning. You can see Snox, though, already rotating in for the upper A hold. You can see he wants to fight these players as they cross onto the lower missile, and he's going to go ahead and just swing all the way down, potentially, and take the fight, but instead realizes they have the numbers, holds for the rotation, and I like the patience here from Snox, setting up the full team now for the retake.
Well. And they come 20 seconds left from the C4. Got a lot of time, tapping around that corner. Down goes one. It's all onto Brando. He's a known quantity as well, so should have absolutely no chance, and that will be the case. And now, Carl, it really feels like Swamp are actually starting to find the form that, you know, we expect of them.
Yeah, all it takes is a couple good rounds to kind of ignite this team and what they can do, because they're a team that, especially at the NA level, they like to play scrappy. They don't necessarily want to show you their whole playbook because they're not thinking about NA at this point. Swamp Gaming, with how much of a streak they've been on in the region, they're already thinking about CFS. It's up to you to be the team that puts that wall up in front of them. And Supreme, to be fair, they had that at the start here, some really key rounds, but all it takes is that one player in Snox to step up and change the pace here. But Mina, got to give him credit as well in this matchup. Really good on these side entries, able to find HZZ right away. Gets the second as well on the drop down. Takes Josh out of the picture. Gets a third. Gets a fourth on the round. Annihilates the entire defense, and it's only on Famous now all alone.
Yeah, all on his shoulders. It was very difficult to fathom a way that he finds something out of this. We know that Famous can pull off some absolute heroics, but it was not to be the case here. One man's antics does so damn well. They're all tied square. This is kind of a nice back and forth approach here in this game. And I think more than anything on this map, we just really thought it was going to be one-way traffic because of what we've seen so far from Supreme on sub-base, but credit to them. They're proving that there's at least a little bit more in the locker that I guess we hadn't seen in the last 2 outings.
Yeah, they've definitely got something to prove here in this one, and rightfully so. This is the time to bring it out. This is for a shot to pull off the biggest upset we've seen in a while in the region and maybe make themselves a spot in CFS after all. If players like Mina and LSN can keep stepping up when they need to, this could be the key to pushing them all the way through. But this is where Famous needs to show what he can do on this A-bomb side hold. He runs into trouble, not going to find a single kill on that one, but Snox, he's been so phenomenal throughout the day so far, only able to get himself one. Kai's from above gets the trade onto LSN, and the nade as well. Going to be devastating to shut things down. Now it's a 3-on-1. Brando left alone. C4 dropped behind the missile.
Brando, what are you doing in this spot? C4's borderline unrecoverable because of this cross here, and he's got to hit some insane shots. He doesn't even give him the chance. HEZ on the spam. Nice work. Nice find. And well, just like that. Swamp. 5-4. It's a slim lead, but I think it's still ultimately a very workable lead. And now they're the ones who have that opportunity to really set the tone.
Yeah, and this is the harder side to play as well. If you are the weaker team, a lot of the time GR just becomes single players needing to shine and hold on. And against a team like Swamp, they're going to find good ways to pick you apart. They already get the kill onto LSN. They know he's the threat they want to deal with early on in these rounds, so they just take the fight right to him. Add the pressure as well from Elturn. You can see Famous starting to poke around there, throwing that early flash utility over the top, and now they've got a lot of space to work with towards A. There's only one player holding A bottom. That's going to be Imagine, just playing passive behind the missile.
Well, Sock's waiting for Door's aggression, but it doesn't look like he's going to be given any. Got that. It's such an important opening kill, right? LSN falling early really does help things out in the early part of this. You drop the big man, and all you have to do is actually just make sure that you play the trade game really effectively. Which sometimes, granted, is a little bit easier said than done, but...
Nice little swing there, though. HCZ able to find the double, and this should be enough to secure the round. Famous as well, right behind him to help clean things up. Now you've got Imagine stuck on a full retake, 1 versus 5. Not really anything you can do from this position. Snox able to find kill number 17 already on this map. He must have watched a little bit of Pyrex earlier in the day, and he's ready to show what the EU players have at the table.
My, oh my. Supreme. The worry for them is if they squander what felt like a really decent opportunity in this map, I think your mental can really start to take a hit. Sure, their map picks up next, but Swamp are strong basically across the board, right? And this is kind of one of the big things they've got going for them. They've got such depth when it comes towards the way this side or pan out. Map kind of veto for everybody else in NA. Swamp have a lot more to kind of offer up it.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Swamp Gaming, even with how they're playing, it feels like maybe outside of Snox, the whole team hasn't hit their stride just yet, but it's not going to slow them down. They're getting the openers still. LSN as well. He started off 9-1, now 10-7 in this match. Also slowing things down for Supreme's success in the early round as well, and it's going to give Swamp that much more control over this map. They can get the early pick, they can re-rotate back towards this A bomb site, even throwing Snox into the vent here to try and cause some trouble, and this is an ego play if I've ever seen one. 3 players going into the vents. A bold risk, but we'll see if it works out.
Yeah, I kind of love it. Let's see. They are crab walking their way through. It's silent but very deadly. They walk in towards the pack. Opening kill, wall catch, Kai's, but very quick trades. Very effective trades as well. My god, it's actually a bit of a massacre as well. Look how low Famous is. Downhill for 1 versus 1. HTT trying to tap away. Can afford to play a bit of time here, but he has to recover that C4.
Yeah, it's all about the timing now for Brando. He has to watch 3 angles and hope he makes the right call when push comes to shove. But with only 20 seconds, HZZ, he has to move in for the bomb. Brando knows it, goes for the swing anyways. And that is a huge round. I believe 4 kills being put up by Brando as well. Just insane efforts to hold on to this one and keep Supreme very close in the fight.
Yeah, really decent spot. I mean, for Supreme, they're still showing now we've got actually a vast amount of consistency across the board for them. Showing the both sides as well. There's actually no real super pockets of weakness. 6-5. And again, kind of what we want out of a final, but being completely honest, we were... well, at least I was very concerned that this could be just a real walkover for Swamp, as it sort of felt like it was in that upper bracket semi. Oh no, this is good so far.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit different than what we were expecting, especially with Subbase being the first draw here. Already 5 for Supreme is even with their best on an end score for this map so far in the last couple days, so... It's going to be Mina who spots the early push out of lockers, though. Able to shoulder peek a couple players, calls for the rotation, and now Brando and LSN have to hold on, and it's already a nice kill onto Kai's to get things started. Now they've got Famous on the lurk to deal with in the L turn, but you can see Brando He definitely knows what's up here. LSN goes for the swing, but HCZ, look at this backstab. Do they actually know he's already behind enemy lines here? They're going to be perfectly ready for it. Actually, Supreme just full swings back into mid, counteract everything, and we're already tied up again.
Do you know what, as well, credit, I think, individually for Brando. He when we've seen success after Supreme, he's actually struggled in the numbers department to really kind of keep his sort of value up, but he's looking really damn solid. Starting to prove there's a lot more, I guess, in the locker for him, which is ultimately a real positive sign.
Unfortunately, though, that's Supreme swinging back exactly how they like to when they know they should have won the previous round. Just full push, immediate aggression out towards the B-bomb site. Not a single kill being found from Supreme.
Isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it seems to be a lot of their downfall, but it's also not every day you see the star players of this Swamp Gaming lineup struggling to get started as well. I mean, you look at the downside of this team right now, it's actually Kai's and Famous kind of struggling early on, and these are the two players normally top of the scoreboards for Swamp.
Yeah, it's kind of the two guys that we really expect to quite consistently put up the real big numbers. I mean, plenty of time to get back in towards this series, of course, but a little concerned that they're having to rely on others. Got that one round lead, which is nice, but they really want to have a bit of a buffer zone, a bit of a comfort to kind of work on, which they don't at the moment.
Yeah, subbase a bit more unforgiving, especially on the post plants here, and that's what I think Swamp Gaming's banking on this BL side. When they go in, they're not going to hesitate here. They want to make sure they immediately make Supreme uncomfortable, and you can see them looking to maybe do the same B push once again, just a little bit later in the round. That puts the immediate pressure onto LSN, who ever since the opening 3 rounds has actually struggled quite a bit to hang on to this position. He's already spotted over the top, able to get the first, and Snox being the one you find is definitely a good sign for things to come here. Now it's going to force the rest of Swamp to rethink it, but LSN, he's not even slowing down here, goes for the greedy fight. Thankfully for him, Kai is not connecting.
Oh my. Into a 4 versus 4, but oh, that's a really important kill by Kai's. We called upon him as well. We were waiting for this guy to really step up. And there it is, and Kai's going to find a second. This feels like the 8th is looming now.
Yeah, I mean, especially in this round, it's going to be up to the players who've been essentially the most quiet here on this lineup for Supreme in map number 1. Imagine we saw a lot earlier today from him, but unfortunately this time around, not going to find anything. The trade at least able to come through from Aner, but in a 1-on-3, C4 planted 20 seconds to start this defuse. It doesn't seem too likely he's going to be able to break through. He does have a smoke flash combo to work with, but with time ticking, he still needs to move a little bit faster if he wants any hope of making this one happen. The flash actually lands perfectly, but Swamp Gaming, that's exactly what you need to do in that situation. You eat the flash, you hide, and then you go for the triple peek.
Yeah, valid. Oh no, very tough predicament. At the very least, this is giving me some sort of positive signs, though, for Supreme. You know, you look towards them of how they're going to feel in towards their own map pick in map number 2, that report. It's, of course, a map in which Swamp will know all too well themselves, but they're showing that the individuals can go toe-to-toe. We're still looking for a few more to come online. I think we want to see a little bit more out of, you know, Imagine Go, for example, right? He had some decent moments in towards that previous series. It's not quite as holistic as a showing where, granted, it's exactly the same over towards Swamp. He obviously got kind of Snox is really pulling a lot of the weight. But at any given moment, we can see Kai's really pop off, or Famous put up the numbers that we expect of him. And I think that's ultimately the worry for Supreme.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one, especially now with Swamp. You can see in these last 4 rounds, they've been playing way more as a unit here to surely secure these trades versus in the beginning, they were kind of playing their own game, just going for these bursty plays, relying on HCZ and Snox to open up the rounds. And, you know, you look at the round, it's going to be up to the players who've been essentially the most quiet here on this lineup for Supreme in map number 1. Imagine we saw a lot earlier today from HCZ. They were kind of playing their own game, just going for these bursty plays, relying on HCZ and Snox to open up the rounds. And This is where they're really just trying to anchor these positions together, but what a time for Aner to step up. He's able to find himself a nice double kill on the entry towards A. HCZ at least there for the trade, but imagine he has to hang on now. He is all alone on this lower bomb site, and Famous knows it, takes him down right away. C4 will get recovered, but LSN, the timing could be perfect here. He has the backstab lined up, gets HCZ, has a chance to take down Kai's as well, but gonna rely on the retake here. But Famous and Kai's, they're gonna hold on for one each. Brando now stuck on the back line, and Kai's and Famous, they get it done in a 2-on-4.
Yeah, that's actually a really, really good recovery from the two guys that we want to see really popping off, and we've maybe been a little bit underwhelmed so far. That's a nice little recovery. I think the fights are given over too easily, it has to be said, to Swamp, and now they find themselves on map point. I'll be the first to fall, though, very early in towards the round, but we already know that this doesn't mean that much. Oh my god, he's going to overlook the corner. HEC, a freebie.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate trade going away from Supreme after they did find the nice opening advantage. Now HCZ doing exactly what he needs to. He's going to make it look like that opening pick is opening them up for an A bomb site, when in reality, the rest of Swamp going to be collapsing towards B. It's going to force that mid-rotator of Brando to overthink this position. He's just exhausting all of his utility to hold off HCZ, but now it's going to be on to Mina. He has to lock down this locker's position and be able to hang on, but Swamp Gaming, they've hesitated on this B side of the map. Now they're actually overthinking this a little bit and spreading back out.
Oh, Snox. Down he goes. Another 2 versus 4 required. Make that now 1. It's all on Josh. For known quantity, a lot of damage out towards Imagine. He does re-peek in, which is a risk in itself. And, I mean, Josh, you got nothing to lose here. So, first fight found. Now back into a 1 versus 3. A minute to work with. And this is a smart play as well by Brando, just to reposition. Actually wait for the support. At the same time, Josh has plenty of time to isolate fights, and LSN might give him one. Needs to be a bit careful. There's one round that corner. It's a messy spray. Pistol pulled out. Oh my god, he gets a lot of damage off on towards LSN. But he ends up winning out the fight.
Yeah, really close round, but a lot of it just comes down to that mid-round play from Imagine and Mina to make sure they held on to the numbers advantage that they created for themselves. And now the pressure's back onto Swamp Gaming. They may be on 9, but the map is certainly not over from what we've seen just yet. A lot of clutch potential on this Supreme side, just as much. We've seen 3 individuals now pull off 1vx situations for them, so definitely shows a lot of what they're capable of. But Supreme, this is where they have to have a really solid hold, because you know Swamp Gaming is looking to throw a curveball.
It's a 2-round game, and that is ultimately a worrying sign that there is some level of opportunities being given over. This could still swing either way. And to be fair, an overtime doesn't feel like the most outlandish thing in the world. Supreme have shown that they can go toe-to-toe in their own regard, especially in terms of just the raw mechanic side of things.
Yeah, I mean, they've definitely held their own. The pacing seems good from them as well on the way they move around the map here, which is a bit bizarre to see for me because we didn't see this at all in the first 2 times they played this map this weekend. So yeah, it's good to know they're at least adaptable and learning how to improve as they've kind of tackled this map multiple times throughout the weekend. And for Swamp Gaming, they've definitely got to make sure they keep that composure if they want to get this one done in regulation. You can see Imagine, though. He's testing his luck a little bit too much there. Gets caught off guard. LSN quick on the trade, but Mina again in these mid-round pockets, able to find himself a nice double kill, but it's still not over just yet. Famous and Kai's, they've already had a 2v4 in this one, and they're looking to do it once again to close the map. They already find themselves a kill apiece. The C4, though, not yet recovered. This is the key here. Famous knows he has to take a fight for it. Spots Brando on the wall, and Kai's with the support able to hold on, but Famous, can he do it? Yes, he can in the clutch. It's a 2v4 finish here for Swamp Gaming to win map 1.
Another 2v4 won by them. That's so damning, I think, as a whole. when you look at this Supreme side, we really actually should be talking about things like an overtime or them being able to push it towards taking that map, because they actually just squandered a lot of opportunities. It's a much better showing on sub base, but they've actually got to be a little bit tilted about how that finished. They did let things slip away when it felt like the real advantages were there for them, but you can't give advantage over towards Swamp. They will punish you every day of the week, and that's exactly what they did. Map number 1 goes the way of Swamp in this final. We're going to throw it back on over towards the desk.
As expected, what a perfect map coming from Swamp Gaming. I mean, it was such a convincing one on the first map. And the first map is just a warm-up things. And if anything, Swamp Gaming did warm up. Now, Supreme, yes, they warmed up from the first game with EZMoney, but I don't think it made a big difference for them since they lost the first map. Penguin, my question is, what happened for Supreme this map?
Well, actually, they didn't play that bad. We expected them just going into this matchup, just maybe Swamp having an easy map, but this is not the case here, because Swamp Gaming, yeah, they play very good, but Supreme, they gave us a hell of a fight, because it went to 9-7, and again, they lost 2-4. We've seen it also yesterday in Port, and as well, Guys and Famous, this that they do, as I said, they always win such clutches and they get the round, and in such style, to be honest. So if you win such clutches, definitely that means that you're going to be closing the map. So Supreme Stars, they look kind of better than yesterday, and they look more warmed up than yesterday, because if you lose 10-7 in the map that your opponent picked, you should be doing better in your own map pick. So we are going into Port, which is picked by Supreme. So now Supreme should have maybe better performance. Yeah, maybe better performance. They're gonna be starting also again, as we saw yesterday, on the Blacklist side. It's a very hard side on the board, but still they should have at least watched the VODs yesterday, watching the mistakes, seen the weaknesses of Swamp Gaming, and also Swamp Gaming should have seen the weaknesses of Supreme, because Supreme did a good fight yesterday. It was 10-7 for Swamp Gaming, but from this performance that I'm seeing right now from Supreme, I think it's going to be much closer, or maybe Supreme can close it into their own.
I mean, the bare minimum is when you pick a map, you are better than the other team in it, but I don't think that's the case for Supreme and Swamp Gaming. The first map was Swamp Gaming pick, yet they did manage to win this map. Now, big question arise is, can Supreme, or does Supreme have what it takes to continue? Now, honestly, it was a game which is going back and forth between both Swamp and Supreme. Didn't see one team just controlling the whole scenario and controlling the whole tempo of the game. No, a game that ended 10-7, which is super respectable coming from both teams. And here's a look at the analysis of the first series.
Yeah, again, LSN from Supreme Stars. The guy is just consistently good. As I said, he's one of the best players on Supreme Stars. The Vietnamese sniper from this roster is just doing a great job, and we've seen his 3k on A-top was insane. The collateral kill on the guys with the sniper shot, and then the jumping KSP ending the player on A-top. So he was good on this map. And looking at the Swamp Gaming, actually ZZ had one of his best maps in the series right now, even the past series, because he has 1.5 KD. He's also the IGL. We've seen him do very good on Woods as well. His EBR is just insane. Alongside, of course, with Skies and Snox. Finally, Snox is stepping up now, and he's kind of going with the flow with his teammates, because when Famous is not hitting his shots, Skies is always backing him up. But sometimes Famous and Skies are not just kind of hitting the shots, so you need someone else to be able to help them.
Yeah, there is always this dependency on certain players, and if these certain players are not playing that well, if these certain players are not feeling it, then the whole team just crumbles, and we don't want them. And we did see this in EZMoney with Bryson.
Pyrex,
exactly. If he's not feeling it, it's just not going their way, and that's a big issue with most of the teams. And I think that's one of the big issues, that most of the teams are not with us in the grand finale. Anyways, Swamp Gaming and Supreme are just continuing back and forth between both teams. And we're jumping into the second map. Do you think Supreme can, tie things up with the 1-1, or just 2-0 and another match goes for Swamp?
Well, we've seen their Blacklist side on sub base. It was very good. They played a bit more coordinated. We've seen some on sub base. They played very good. They have some good potential pushes, and we've seen how coordinated they are. And they use their flashes, smokes, and everything. So if they do the same on Port, it's gonna be quite different, because if you get some 3-4 rounds on Blacklist side, and then you go to the Global side, that's when you have an advantage versus your opponent. So in my opinion, if Supreme have a very good first half, they can turn it into a 1-on-1, and Swamp Gaming can fall to them.
And hopefully, because we don't want to see the quick 3-0 scenario. It just gives us a bit boring Crossfire. And of course, after a long tournament and a long series such as the regional finals, we don't want to see this quick 3-0, do we? Another question is, who's the player that you're waiting for, or the spotlight on port, jumping into port from Supreme at least?
Well, I'm going to be looking at LSN because on port, on the blacklist side, you cannot just push the side instantly 5v5, as I said yesterday, because it's going to be so hard for you, because the global side had an advantage of fast rotations into the sides. So in my opinion, LSN should pop off and try to get some opening picks in order for his teammates to have an easy entry to the side.
I think you Penguins, Supreme and Swamp Gaming jump in another map, which is Portcasters. Take it from here.
The big question being, can Supreme bounce back? It's actually a really decent map out from them, right? You know, very, very close. Very easily actually could have been a completely different result. That's not a Swamp side that look super dominant. However, Cal, they're warming up, and the worry is the more warm they get, the better they get. So Supreme, if they can't start strong, they might be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, and like they mentioned on the desk, this is a hard start here on the BL side. I mean, to get the ball rolling on the harder side of this map is a extreme difficulty to overcome for a lot of teams, especially when you've got Swamp Gaming on the GR side. This is a team that knows how and when to take the aggressive fights on the GR, but when they turtle up, they're just as effective. They know how to set up these weird little off-angle traps, and that's where I think Supreme's going to have their work cut out for them, because I actually don't think Swamp needs to be the aggressor here, because there is already the pressure of losing that first map on the shoulders of Supreme, and they're on the BL side here, and forcing them to make the first move makes it extremely likely, I think, that they make a mistake in the process.
I think you're right. What is the play? Very slow seems to be the initial call here. Supreme aren't making too much of a move at all. They're just looking to see what's on offer. HEZ, yeah, the spot SN. Doesn't really get too much off the back of it, of course, bar damage, but it's good information gained. Maybe needs to be very careful here. He might have even been hurt. Oh, he does go 1-for-1. There was a chance for a second there.
Yeah, a little bit too greedy there from Famous, but if Kais can still hold on for a couple himself, it's going to be a solid hold towards A after all. But this is where Supreme is going to start to overthink things, I think, a little bit here. Instead, they're going to go ahead and double back towards the B bomb site. Snox gets a little bit of a wind of that. Already puts himself back into the anchor position on B. You've also got Josh now sliding a little bit closer to be nearby on this mid exchange, but Snox, he's going to have to be the solo hold here. But again, look at the push out from HZZ. Now they can full rotate onto the B bomb site. Now they're walking right in to a full stack here, and Snox, he's not going to be noticed soon enough. Mina only able to get one on that exchange, and now imagine he's just stuck alone. The flank is already there, and there's just nothing you can do. Beautiful round from Swamp, but HZZ, perfect time to throw in a flank.
Yeah, exactly that. Exactly what you want to be seeing as well. Just really trying to make life uncomfortable, ultimately. And, well, it is. And the aggression can be taken there. Imagine. Posted. So come down, so I'll block the view. Oh, never mind. Josh gets caught at the TRG.
Yeah, nice little shot there on the cross towards B, but again, Famous, very impatient on this A-long angle, but surprisingly not punished on the trade this time around. He's able to get out without losing any HP on that fight, which is actually kind of crazy considering there was 3 other players right there.
True. Be a bit of a bloodbath. How's HCZ gonna cope with this? Oh, Snox. What out? We'll get to. So blind HCZ. There was chance for kills there, but he can't get either. It's just damage.
Yeah, the big benefit, though, is Famous is already clearing out all of the space he needs to on mid, clears the backside of B long, and now he can sneak through the lower B tunnels and just wait for the perfect timing to set up this flank. As long as Famous has the patience he needs here, could be the key to securing this round. He calls for Kai's to poke and prod so he can slide behind, but Kai's doesn't even need the help. Gets the two-piece by himself. Famous there just in case things went wrong, but this is where, if you're Supreme, you've got to start to be aware. This is 2 rounds in a row. Out the gate, Famous has pushed A long and got the opening pick.
Yeah. Well. Supreme, at times, they do concern me where they can't capitalize on actually what feels like ultimately advantages to work with. SN, so strong at the start of that previous map. I mean, he's definitely the kind of the main guy we're looking towards on Supreme, but at the same time, if he obviously can't get going, it'll make life very difficult indeed.
Supreme, though, starting to eyeball this A bomb site take, but again, they're hesitating a lot. Not only that, the C4 is actually dropped in spawn. If they go for the execute and clear side, someone still has to, at some point, grab this C4, but they might not even have a chance to do that at this point. Famous again, peeks A connector for the opening pick, gets it onto Aner, able to fall off. You can see finally Imagine falls to scoop up the C4, but now Famous going to try and do a little bit more of what he does best here, just aggress on A long. This time, though, he will be punished for the repeat. Brando able to catch him off the flash. Now Kai's going to be challenged on the AC flash. Gets the first peek on to Mina. Now goes for the second. What a shot onto Brando. Gets the leg as well onto LSN. Now all they've got to do is swing in here. They know Imagine's stuck, and Kai's good for 3.5 on the round.
Okay. My God, it's proof in the pudding that if they want to play around with this seriously dominant, they can. Some really nice shots being hit, right? I mean, Kai's and Socks, that combination play between the two of them, really important to see. 3-0, but a big trade as Socks will get one, and then down he falls. Josh will add to the tally as well, and he's actually low. He's still sticking around for the fight, which is pretty damn commendable. It's a double stack here of HEZ trying to shoot through the window, and Josh playing up close. And a lot of damage. It's only LSN who's now, for the rest of this round, healthy.
Yeah, I like the play call from Josh here as well. Just toying with them on this corner. Not only does he have a chance to bait out another kill, he also doesn't risk that spam damage through the walls as much, taking him out of the picture. So really good awareness from him to make sure he held on as long as he did there, and he's still going to be alive for the rotation. Now, it's really going to be a lot of pressure onto LSN. Both Mina and Aner are very low on HP, so it's not a whole lot they're going to be able to get done. Maybe one kill at best for them, but for LSN, he's the one trying to take space over towards A long, but they don't really have that much map control to work with. You can see the other two players just hanging out in the lower B tunnels, but Famous, he knows he's got a window to work with, goes for the wide swing on mid, gets the information that nobody's there for now, allows them to keep holding this double stack strong on the B bomb site.
Alrighty. HEZ. That individually is a nice find. 2 versus 4, which is still technically workable due to the damage dealt towards Josh and Famous, but it feels so unlikely. Again, we call upon LSN to be the one to make the difference, and now he's all alone. Has to recover the C4 and can't. HEZ gets both.
Yeah, you'll love to see it here from Swamp Gaming, really stepping it up on the second map. And like I said at the beginning of this map, it is such a hard pathway to get yourself back into a game when you have to kick it off after a map loss on the BL side of Port. It's one of the most challenging BL sides already to deal with, and having to do that with momentum in the hands of the GR team is just a bit of a nightmare to deal with. And on top of that, you've got Kai's and Famous also playing better than what we saw on sub base, making this extremely difficult, with the team looking a lot more well-rounded for Swamp Gaming in map 2. So I'm hopeful during this tactical pause they can find a way to regroup and show us a little bit more of the strength we saw earlier on in this series, because there were some moments in sub base where I was starting to think this could be the team who actually walks away with the win today, but so far on map 2 it's not feeling like the case.
Yeah, I think you're right. It just doesn't feel like there's a lot on offer. It's quite flat from the initial showing that we've seen. which is ultimately kind of damning. As you can see, a little bit of a tech pause here. Hopefully only a brief one, but yeah, relatively damning as a whole. Not being the showing that we want to see from a side that we know have the ability to go toe-to-toe, as we saw on sub-base. We even saw kind of as earlier today, just how strong they can look when they're starting control and confident, but yeah, for the most part, slightly tough predicament.
Yeah, I think coming out of the pause, I'm hoping they play a little bit more aggressive from the start of the round, because there's been so many moments where you see a player like Snox or Famous just pushing by themselves, trying to get that info entry play, and they can find ways to just catch those players and be ready for them to shut them down without a single kill going their way. They can start to lead these rounds right from the start here, and I think that's the missing piece for them. It seems like they know what they're up against, but are simultaneously unaware of how to respond to it. I think back to that round where we see Famous, after pushing A long multiple rounds already, goes A long again, gets a kill with 4 players A long, and nobody trades that kill. That's the stuff you've got to be ready for if you're Supreme and talking about during a pause like this.
Yeah, you are right. Well, let's see. We said hopefully only a brief kind of tech pause. You never know. More often than not, it's just rebooting the servers is all we're sort of looking towards. But so far, a lot to like. I think ultimately, this is a Swamp side who, you sort of already mentioned it, where to a degree, it feels like their attention is already sort of on the international side of things. This is a side that really do have the ability to kind of, actually, sort of in a sense, especially from what we've seen from them so far in the last few months, they do actually have the ability to maybe be a little bit of a dark horse in the group stages. Now, I'm not going to make any grandiose statements about them doing anything big in terms of their finishing, where, you know, they're going to get like a top spot at an international event, but they do actually have the ability to kind of be, you know, a bit of a dark horse in the groups, maybe even squeaking towards the playoffs the way they're sort of playing.
Yeah, I'd agree. I mean, this team has, I think, the strongest potential they've had in a while to not only win here, but go on a strong international run, especially with someone like Snox as an addition to this team. You know, this guy's been in multiple CFS finals before on the global stage, and I was really excited to see when they brought him into the team, because unfortunately for NA and its core in the past, there haven't been, you know, 5 famous level players that can really push through. So having to tap into those other West League players is something that I figured had to happen at some point. And with the addition of Snox and HCZ, I feel like these guys have just hit another level of what they're capable of.
Yeah. LSN as well. He's, generally speaking, being the guy that we look towards more often than not, right? We kind of saw just how good he started. It was like 11-1 it was, and towards that previous map, and we know he actually mechanically can go toe-to-toe, but it's a similar vein that we've actually seen in that previous game, where it can be a bit of a one-man army, a bit of a one-man showing on this sort of Supreme side, and they can't get a more holistic approach. They can't get the whole side online at the same time. At the moment, nobody's really online.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough one. That BL side, especially with every site feeling almost unapproachable at this point. I mean, you've got Kai's on A top, you've got Snox and HCZ just peeking every round in the B tunnels, Famous peeking mid and A long every round. There's no fear for Swamp Gaming on this map on the GR side, and that's why it's such a tough one, because I feel like if, you know, maybe we were in a world where the GR side goes to Supreme to start this off, they have that better opportunity to get the ball rolling, because it's just so much more comfortable to fight from behind on. But we'll see how it plays out. We're going to jump back into the action here. 4-0 for Swamp as we return, but Supreme looking to reignite themselves after the pause.
There we go. Back live, only a brief tech issue, as most things go. Has there anything changed for Supreme? I think it's the big ask. Early damage being dealt. Trying to move the way through mid. HC does need to be a little careful. He does get the luxury of getting out, though, which in itself is pretty commendable, but doesn't last long. Snox and HCC both fallen. Oh, now Famous will follow them. So, Supreme, whatever happened in that tech pause, they're back alive and kicking. Josh and Kai's for all two in 2 versus 5 turn 2 versus 4. they've already won plenty of 2 versus 4s. And the fact that they've got the C4 makes a big difference.
Yeah, really the C4 being out of position like that might come back to bite them in this one if they somehow don't win this. Oh my goodness, Josh gets 3 already before going down, and now it's very winnable for Kais here. Gets the first kill, knows the last is there, but thankfully Mina saves the day, but that was a bit too close for comfort.
I think this is the thing as well where Supreme, yes, they've won a round, and you know, we want to sit here and ultimately say, yes, this is good, but it's not always convincing, I think, is the kind of the real problem. This, however, feels more convincing. Imagine 4-2, but the chance here. Oh my god, the triple is on, and HTZ will get it. Nice work, 2 versus 2. Round is anybody's, flashbangs both ways. It's Famous and Kais, they've won from this spot before, and Kais gets the first, Famous for the second. What a round, what a response.
Yeah, you've got to hand that one to HCZ, holding on for 3 on the anchor position, so put Swamp Gaming in a really nice place to potentially keep this as a fairly uncontested half. I mean, the worst case scenario they've had is losing a round in a 1v1 from a 2-on-5, so not a bad place to be at all if you're Swamp Gaming. But for Supreme, they've got to continue to find ways to adapt and step up here. I feel like the one thing that I've noticed in their blacklist side is the rounds that look good are when they're not afraid to just go for it. But these rounds where they sit back like they are now, playing safe in mid, this is where they slowly get picked apart.
Yeah, I do feel unfortunate for Supreme. Their idea of the quick plays is actually the right idea. It's just, unfortunately, the execution right towards the end is tough. If they can just clean up these slight kind of mid to late rounds, these quicker plays is actually where they're finding gaps.
LSN, though, not a bad start. Famous, though, right there on the other side of it. Able to hit a nice one tap onto Aner and immediately erasing any value they may have found early on. And it's kind of back to the drawing board now for Supreme. And they're going to keep trying to run down the clock here. You could see Imagine moving over to the B fence, but Famous, he wants to peek in mid and actually considers re-peeking for the fight. He's going to do it from the top here. Catches Brando with a nade out. Not quite able enough to finish the job, though. Snox goes for the peek from lower to try and support, but won't even find anything out of it. So still a 3-on-4 situation, not bad. All said and done for Supreme, but they've still got to be a little bit cautious on the approach with Brando and LSN being this low, and Famous already sliding in for the backstab potentially here as well.
I've got loads of time, 35 seconds. Still being set up for the cross. Brando silence off as well. Still, this could be a little funky. Kais, all flash that bounce on the corner. He's got the right idea. He really has the right idea, and it's an easy one for him. Into 3 versus 3. Look at the time, 20 seconds. A little bit less than now as well. If Josh could even get just one, they would go a long way, but Famous is still supporting, and at range could be in for it. The peak feels unnecessary, but because the C4 has dropped, there's only way of winning the round was kills, and that's another one for Swamp.
Another tough one as well. Not only you have Kai stalling perfectly here, you have Imagine trying to jump away from the shot he doesn't see coming. Famous tags him midair. He falls to his death and can't even be there to support that trade potential. So for Swamp, this is exactly what they're looking for. And Famous, he's going to try and take full advantage of that. Again, playing for the pressure play onto A long. He loves taking this fight early onto the A connector. Gets the early info, though, but instead this time will back off early on. All 5 players, though, ready to go for this A push.
It could be quite nice here. Oh, it is on the corner. Does a lot of damage. Yoji shots aren't connecting. The guys will be the first to go. Oh, and a bounding round the corner. Famous gets caught by a jumping pistol, but HEC is here running out of ammo. Oh my god, Brando. How does he win that? Could still get more, but they stack on top of each other. Leaves it all on the shoulders of LSN. He has won rounds like this, but on the swing, Snox with both to see them off. And Swamp are now running away with this map. It's 7-1.
Yeah, this one feels all but over at this point, unfortunately, for Supreme. They've had a lot of opportunities to win the round. They've had some success on the entries, but they just can't find a way to capitalize and close things out the way they need to. Only one round on the BL side is not going to cut it. It's already going to give them a 2-0 edge potentially in this series. And knowing Eagle Eye is on the way, which if you look at both domestically and internationally how Swamp Gaming plays, I'd say it's one of their best maps overall. So it's going to be a tough one to recover if they can't find a way to get the ball rolling here and now. If you get to 2, maybe there's a fighting chance if you have a phenomenal GR half, but it has to be 2 at the very least here.
I think you're right. Oh, let's see. Amos. Amino. First gone down. LSN. V lazily swings his corner. He could be in trouble. It's actually Kai's at range if has the kill. So HEZ is probably an unknown quantity here. And that allows him to pounce. That's a lovely little 1-2 setup.
Yeah, just the trade work here. Doing so much for the value of Swamp Gaming in these rounds. And now they find themselves in a very confident position to close this half 8-1. Unless Imagine and Aner can find their way to a 2-on-4 win. It's going to be really tough, especially with Josh already holding that counter flash for the entry. The second they take a step into sight, they're both going to be blinded, and the flank of Snox. Look at this position from Snox, already toying with the backline. They're already stuck in this corner, and there is no clean way out of the fight. But what is that quick scope from Imagine? Clears out the backline swiftly, but now they know they have to commit to the fight.
Versus 3. Time of the essence once again. They do have the C4 at the very least, but can they clear Kai's? Yes, somehow actually. Surprised they got away with that. The ace now open for the taking. This is going to be a retake situation for Swamp unless Josh has anything to say about it. Oh, he does.
Yeah, that was brutal. I think he hit the collateral as well. Oh my goodness. What a way to close the half. It feels like the map's almost over after that one. 8-1. Not much more you could have done right if you're Swamp Gaming in this one. They only lost a 2v5 and a 1v1 the entire first half. So really an outstanding performance from these guys. You got to feel for Supreme, though, because you would have thought after a 10-7 on a map where they looked weak all weekend long was going to lead them into maybe a stronger performance here on Port, but definitely not the case. You can see Swamp Gaming is starting to flip that switch into a team that's ready to go on to the CFS Grand Finals. So we'll see if they can find themselves all the way through here. But for Supreme, we're going to have to see a night and day difference moving forward if they want a fighting chance.
Yeah, and honestly, the way things are panning out right now, mentally, they might already be looking towards map number 3, which it's not a good spot because that's the match on the line in a sense. Quicker play. This is where we've said Supreme have actually looked better. When they've been stepping up the pace, they actually are able to catch Swamp off guard. However, it's them who it's been kind of thrown back in their face. These quicker rounds, it's felt like they've always felt a bit better because they're ready for the fight, but Supreme weren't. They were asleep. Everyone gets mowed down on a matter of moments, and for Swamp, it's oh so simple. They kind of give them a bit of a taste of their own medicine. It's that point. Supreme, that's where they've done their best work. We look at that previous series, again, similar things where EZMoney, when they would throw these quick rounds out, it felt like Supreme were ready for the fight, but they were completely pants around their ankle, got caught there. And now it's all down to this 4 versus 4 as Amino first to go. Nice trade by Famous. Yeah, this is already feeling done. They're so mentally out of this. And LSN, the big man to fall, that's not what you want.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Aner has a lot of pressure from this position in the A connector. Has to find something. He's able to at least get one onto Josh, so now they've got a chance, but there's so much pressure. He doesn't realize the whole rest of Swamp Gaming had pushed up already onto the A bomb site, and now they're all just roaming by themselves. They don't even care about planting the bomb. They just want to frag hunt and win this map at this point. And Famous, he finds himself a nice double kill, and that is going to be the map 10-1. A devastating blow here on map 2 from Swamp Gaming.
And not only 10-1, but it's 10-1 on Supreme's map pick. That just makes things all the more worse. And we said, if they get warmed up, if they get in towards this series, which it felt like they were at the tail end of map number 1, it could be over before it even begins. And that is exactly the case. So, damning to say the absolute least. What a showing. What a performance coming through from Swamp. This is a side who, you know, have consistently proved they are the best in NA, and now they're on track to do it once again. We're going to throw it back to the boys on the desk. Map number 3 could be the last.
Wow, okay, I expected Swamp Gaming to win, but not in this scenario, not in this attitude, not in this way. The gameplay is just insane. And in what map, Penguin? And the map that was picked by Supreme Gaming. That means that, okay, Supreme do have the lead in the map. They know its entry and outros. They know port. They know that this is their map and this is their chance to come back. But imagine they play on their map, a map that they picked from their side, and they just put a lot of time in it to lose. And what a loss! I mean, 10-1 Penguin. It was a stomp, to say the least.
Yeah, 10-1. This is not what we are expecting from Supreme on a map by their own pick.
What happened?
Because we said that it's gonna be a very tough Blacklist side versus Swamp Gaming, and you need to get some rounds versus them. Otherwise, it's gonna be so hard map and so tough map, and that's what exactly happened versus Swamp. When you go and just get one round with the Blacklist side, that means you will just fall shortly for them. And even the tactical pose they did, yeah, okay, they won one round after the tactical pose, but what else? It was just all for one round, which is not gonna help you that much, because also the clutches from Swamp Gaming side was just perfectly executed today.
Yes.
So everything just goes to the way of Swamp Gaming right now.
But I mean, lots of questions to be asked, of course, to Supreme. Sorry. I mean, how did you guys lose in such manners? How did you guys lose in such score? What actually happened between Supreme and Swamp Gaming that made Supreme in this scenario? But Penguin, there's always a chance to come back. There's always a chance to, you know, revenge and come back to the game. I mean, it's a best of 5 for a reason, no?
Yeah, definitely it's the best of 5 for this kind of matchups when you are down 0-2 and you still have a chance. Yeah, of course it's now tough, a very, very tough situation for you, because you cannot lose any single map in the next 3 maps if you go to a full best of 5. But in my opinion, we are going back to a map picked by Swamp Gaming, which is gonna be kinda hard and tough for Supreme, because if this is your pick, so I guess the next map is going to be very hard.
Yeah, I mean, if that's your map and that's what you prepared for, and yet you are not able to get over one round, what else can we see from the other team, and what else can we see from the guys from the team Supreme Gaming? I mean, they did struggle a lot when it comes to the pick of their choice, which is Port. Now let's speak more and more about the next map, Swamp Gaming. Swamp Gaming, it's a pick of their side, and it should be an easier map for them.
Yeah, as you can see, look at Famous and Kai's 2.80 KD, and Kai's is 2.20 KD. The last time we see 2.8, yeah, the last time we saw 2.8 was Pyrex in the first series that we casted when it was, I guess, versus Top Ranked. He got 2.8, but in the whole series. Right now, Famous is just topping this and putting it onto one map in Port, which is one of his favorite maps, by the way, because I usually say that Famous and Kai's, the deadly duo on A side, is just definitely a tough matchup for you to face on A side. And also, if you want to be just avoiding these guys and trying to go to B side, it's just a deck case for you, because you're going to be matching HZZ and the rest of the boys. Anyway, Port is still done and deal, and they won it. Now, for my opinion, Supreme now needs some kind of pep talk. They need a pep talk. They don't need any strat-wise talk. They don't need to just look in their papers, check what strategies do we have, how do we counter this team, because we need some confidence in going into this matchup. Because if you do not go with confidence versus Swamp Gaming, and while they are so confident right now and they're just match point from making it into the CFS Grand Finals 2025 for the 3rd time in a row, and just contributing all these wins to the North American region, then you need to talk with your teammates. You need to guys have a calm down, chill, drink water, just chill a bit, just disconnect from the game, because I don't see the guys are just cooperating together, because I feel that they are kind of disconnected. LSN kind of trying his best, but still he's not backed up by his teammates. Then that doesn't make any sense for him.
Exactly. I mean, the first game is super comebackable. You can come back from the first game. It was as close as it gets. It was 10-7. You could have came back to the game.
Yeah, and it was 2 before.
Exactly.
9-7 plus 2 before. It could have been 9-8 again. you went to overtime.
Yeah, and you could have played a good game. But I think what happened is when you lose the first game, when you have in your mind, okay, I'll win the 2v4, I'll get there, it's just a mental boom, and it's just they couldn't, get back on the track, and it's just they couldn't come back to their own right path, and that impacted and reflected on the second match. But in that way, man,
Yeah,
in that
it's
manner,
so
10-1, what's the odds of coming back? I mean, you were an ex-pro player. How can you come back from 10-1 after losing the first and the second match?
As I said, if you are down 10-1, that doesn't mean. That means that you're not missing strategies. You're missing some pep and confident talk. So the guys should be talking now, and they should be performing better in the next match.
I mean, one more chance, Penguin. Let's see if they can bring it home, or Swamp Gaming would finish it right now. Casters, take the microphone.
Cheers, guys. We're looking forward to this one. Final map, most likely. Because Supreme, they're falling off a cliff here. Cal, there's just nothing on offer from that previous map. Signs are not looking good.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to see an amazing performance from Supreme if they want any hopes in this series, especially as we go into the second map pick of Swamp Gaming, which historically this is one of their best maps overall, and they don't tend to lose on it. So it's going to be nothing but perfection needed here from Supreme from this point onward. But Snox going to run into trouble here at the start. A bit of a shaky one here from Swamp Gaming. Mina picks up the triple kill over towards the B Hotel. A nice way to get the ball rolling. But guess who's alive? The 2v4 duo, Famous and Kai's. We've seen it 3 times on the previous map, and you got to be careful here in this one not to let it happen again. And imagine, make sure it's a little bit harder now. Kai's left alone.
Gonna make sure. Again, exactly what you want to see. But he's still trying to be a problem. He's caught in behind. No, that'll be that. So, hey, a good start, but I've got to see a hell of a lot more before I even remotely start to entertain the idea of getting back into a series like this.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, for Swamp Gaming, could just be a first round of gambling to see if there's even any fight left in their opponent, and you can see they're not going to stop swinging in this one. This time it's actually going to work out a little bit better for them, though. Snox able to pick up the double, but Mina still able to be alive in this hotel position. But Snox good for a third from down low, able to get LSN as well. Down to 10 HP is going to be this fight over towards A. So now it's just going to be up to Imagine really in this round. He needs to do a lot of heavy lifting here to get something.
Oh, LSN. Nice shot. Despite being low, still confident to take those fights, which is, I guess, ultimately all that we want to be seeing. 2 versus 3. Still a very difficult type of round to convert.
Ooh, nice shot there from Famous. Imagine he dropped the C4 for some reason, I think to try and maybe bait out Famous on this angle. But I don't think it's really worked out well for him. Now he's just separated from it. Gets the kill, though, onto HCZ, but now they know exactly where he is, and he doesn't have the C4 to try and run away with 5 HP. It's pretty much a matter of time unless he can hit some insane quick scopes here on these players. But now Famous knows exactly what to do. Already working to try and collapse on this, but they're not even going to risk it too much. Famous just gets into the arches to make it even more difficult to get cleared out.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. Seen enough by Snox. Nice and easy. So. Looking at a side, of course, of Swamp, who all expectations is going to be very similar to Port. Well, that's the case, of course. We'll have to wait and see. But they were just so dominant. There's so little to fall back on in terms of how do we get this side back to being competitive. Openers, double for Famous. I mean, it's just so simple. An aid that'll see him off eventually because of how low he was, but is it going to make a difference? Imagine going to find one and another behind it as well. Hang on a second. Pistols are causing problems. Uh-oh.
Hey, okay then. I mean, Imagine. I don't know how he got away with 4 pistol kills underneath the A-bomb site, but he'll take it. Nice round there. Very clean on the execution from him, and just making sure he was there to trade perfectly. But Swamp Gaming, this is what they like to do here. The counter aggression into mid. Going to work themselves some nice early map control. However, you can see the quick response from Supreme, already sending their full forces into the B bomb site. Josh left alone there, taken down without much of a fight, and it's all up to the retake positions now. But Snox, he is already in a position to start this fight, but Mina to catch one on the rotation. Snox still good for a second, and now they've got the opening they're looking for to get this retake going. Brando still holding on, but yet to get the C4 planted, and this is where it's going to be the challenge now. This side is really easy to hold once the C4 is down, but because of all the openings on the bomb side, it's very hard to get the plant off, and Kai's it's going to make it that much more challenging. Brando now stuck in spawn, and Kai's good for 2 to finish it.
It's a little bit too simple, I think, at the moment now. It's becoming a little bit too easy for Swamp to chain multi-kills. Times. 2 versus 2, sure, doesn't feel that damning, but it's just the way in which Swamp have won both of these rounds. Okay, 1 for 1 though. Famous finds 1, Snox does get dropped, imagine. Not too bad, imagine, to start things off. He's not named that he brought up too much. Famous, nice couple of taps there. That's what you want to see. 4 versus 3. Famous now holds a very strong spot. He did spot 1 as well on the cross. It's not really a head-to-head that normally you want to take against Famous. He is so confident in taking these fights. What? He gets 1 tapped.
Yeah, a bit of an interesting repeat there from Famous. Didn't need to challenge, but he felt confident in the shot, and a nice pick from Aner to answer back. HCZ has to be careful himself here. Almost going down through the doors, and you can see Brando grouping up to try and secure this fight onto HCZ, who's kind of just stuck on the corner here. Kai's is going to try and help from the top of A, but HCZ might not even need the help after all. Good for all 3 kills. He just mows them down through the mid doors, and Swamp Gaming, they're already out in the lead.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad at all. Again, what I was talking about, right? It feels like it's a little bit too easy for the multi-kills to happen right now for Swamp. It doesn't even feel like the approach that they're bringing to the table is all that holistic. You know, it's not exactly like it's an incredible breakdown of the way which Supreme is setting up. They're just getting these individuals firing at all cylinders. That's pretty sick to see.
Yeah, not a lot more needed from them at this point. The individual firepower has been enough for the majority of these last couple of maps. There's definitely more team play needed on sub-base, I will say, but since then, not really necessary. They're just going for these swings, and they're working out pretty consistently, and you can see Famous again loving the challenge on this A-long corner. This time, though, not going to get anything more than some quick information as to where LSN is playing, but the real fight's going to be on to Josh here, who just swings for the fences. Oh my goodness, drops the C4, kills 3 over towards B. Kai is able to swing on the opposite side, and Snox right there for the 1-2 punch, and that is a round you cannot afford to lose if you're Supreme. Not even a trade there when everybody was clumped up.
Yeah, I mean, safe to say, of where I'm getting very concerned for Supreme. Might be early in the map, but chances feel like they're really running out. That's a simple one for Snox. He doesn't even need to really work for it. Josh, could be one on offer here as well. He's actually in the middle of this aggression, but Josh can't get one. Brandon will find that kill. 2 versus 3, HCZ and Kai's now got to recover this round from an disadvantage.
Yeah, for Supreme, this is a must-win situation. They can't be giving up the numbers in this one. And Brando able to hold on for the first. Kai's goes down to LSN. And there you have it. Just a 1-round game, but a lot of this one didn't even feel like Supreme necessarily making the right calls. A lot of that came from a little bit of an overextension here from Josh. He tried to sneak into that hotel pocket, but just couldn't find anything there.
Yeah, I think that round really felt like it would have been make or break by Josh. If he had got a kill as he was sort of in between the executing towards hotel, I think he would have done really well. Fortunately, he's the one that gets caught, and that gives an opportunity for Supreme to work with. That's a lovely nade by Josh. He's going to be flashed in, and he's got to get 2 kills. Oh my, what a round Josh is having already. He'll be cut short there, but his job's arguably already done. I say that. Brando! Okay, that's a quick 3-piece. We're back into a 2 versus 2. This round is back on, and Famous needs to be careful. LSN has been hitting, but Famous 1 tap and a find.
Yeah, honestly, Swamp Gaming, it seems like so many unnecessary risks, but they still continue to find the value in them, especially Josh. You would never guess that second pistol kill goes his way most of the time, but at this point, it's just continuing to snowball in their direction. Now, Brando, he does have the C4, has an opening to plant B if he wants to, but instead is going to go ahead and take control of the GR spawn for the moment. He's thinking about maybe contesting even towards the A bomb site. He's going to have a chance to get it for free as well. Famous isn't really holding it too aggressively, just holding on from A long here, but he starts to realize that the bomb could be heading in that direction. Brando will be able to get the C4 down uncontested, but now he has to deal with a full utility set from Kai's and Famous.
Yeah, Brando, this is hard. With Famous and Kai's, they're playing this well too, because they're just sticking together. This is the absolute correct way. It doesn't matter where they come from, just as long as they're playing close enough that they can go for a quick trade.
A little bit late, though. They went to the wrong bomb site at first. Yeah. I don't think they realized that, so a bit of a stall needed, but hey, they hit the shots fast enough, it doesn't matter, so they'll hold on to the lead 5-3. You got to give credit to Brando, though, in that one. He got the triple kill opener, which kept alive a round that maybe had no life to begin with after Josh here at the start.
Oh, well. Yeah, that Brando 3-piece is really, really nice. Snox, he's opening things up. He's going to shut down Brando just as we get in towards the round. Push through that smoke. Imagine, gets one, looking for another as well. And he will actually get it. Snox, maybe a bit over-aggressive, but doesn't matter in the end. HCZ, nice trade. And that'll be the half, 6-3. What about you, Carl? But this is feeling like the beginning of the end, I think, a little bit for Supreme.
Yeah, it might be. I mean, especially when you see three TRGs in the previous round, it's a sign of confidence from Swamp Gaming. This time, though, they're going to change it up, pulling out a couple extra HKs to try and snowball their way to an early start here. And Josh and Snox already finding it. They're going to take down Mina. Brando has to be careful. Good for only one from the angle this time. Josh and Famous trading things out nicely. Are going to take it down to a 1-on-4 already. It's going to be Ader alone in the middle of the map, and Famous not going to spot him early enough, but the C4 now can easily swing over towards the B bomb site and force it into a full retake.
Okay. Off the back of the initial engagements. It's 1 versus 3, but just the HP is the thing that worries me. Kai's 1 foot in the grave. Josh now kind of joining him in a way. Nate doesn't do it, but on swing he'll find. Joshua 4, but a quick trade that comes through from HGC, the healthy man. Swamp find yet another 7-3. 4 rounds ahead, 3 rounds away now from taking this best of 5 final.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Supreme, they've got to find something left in the tank, put themselves on another level, because right now it's just not there for them. Swamp Gaming just kind of toying with them across the map. Mina, though, brings out the TRG for the first time in a while, able to get something done with it. He's going to take down Kai's early. Look at the reposition from Brando as well, able to take down Snox. The trade's working a little bit better for Supreme this time around.
Josh knows this one. In towards Hotel. Nice swing there from Famous. Josh will get caught. I don't imagine combined. Famous are left in a really difficult 1 versus 3 because he doesn't have information really on where most of them are. But he isolates the first. Still going to go and collect that C4. And actually, to be fair to him, has plenty of time.
Yeah, it's in a tough spot now, especially with Brando, and imagine repositioning to hold it. Brando, the tough one to clear here. He's going to get the shots. Just barely, though, to take down Famous. So 3 still needed from Swamp Gaming, but the rounds for Supreme, they're just, at best, scraping by to get them done. They need to show a little bit more if they want to have a fight for this next map.
All right. At the very least, good round to get, but still 3 behind, and of course, still Swamp. 3 away. These four. Supreme. They're on the defense, so they can sort of shell up a little bit and invite pressure on from Swamp.
Nice little nade stack there. Brando gets caught early, though, but look at the trade potential. Again, imagine he just goes aggressive on these A pushes, and it works out. Gets two. LSN finds one as well. And now it's all on to Kai's already. 1 versus 4. He gets the first, but needs a lot more than that to get anything done here. And you can already see LSN creeping up to the long box, has the position now to counter any sort of swing aggression from Kai's, and that should be enough for them to be able to hold on.
Yeah. Fundamentally, it should be. Seen plenty of these 1v3s and haven't got the conversion rate as of previously, but Kai's is gifted an easy one there onto LSN. But it's a similar thing. It's about recovering this C4. Oh my god, Kai's right idea. Risky peak, but kind of respect it. He's got a minute to work with. Imagine we'll catch him moving out of the door. Supreme is starting to put up a couple of rounds, which is opening that door back up to this map a bit.
Yeah, it's definitely not over just yet. Swamp Gaming can't afford to get too overconfident in approaching that finish line here if they want to take this one in 3, but they still have the advantage to work with. And now it's going to be up to Supreme, who actually get the first pick as well. A nice early shot going to go their way thanks to the aggression from Mina and Brando. They actually have 3 TRGs on the field for Supreme as well, and it's working wonders for them. LSN finds another, takes down Kai's, and this is where things can become a little bit tricky. There's a sniper on every lane now to deal with.
Okay. Yeah, Swamp caught off guard by an unorthodox play. And we did say that's sort of the way you've got to try and win against Swamp. If you play in a bit of a default, you ultimately are going to lose. You've got to be a little bit more unorthodox. However, Famous has found 2, so back into a 3 versus 3. And this is where now the remaining 2 double TRGs might be on the back foot because you can get overwhelmed easily. And that's what happens to Imagine.
Josh, though, right in position to get the A-long trade. Now it's all on to Brando in the 1v2. He's going to have to try and sneak his way through the mid doors, but Famous, he's already holding the position up close. Does Brando check it? No, he doesn't. A good angle gets them the round, and Swamp now 2 steps away from finding themselves 3 years in a row as the CFS finalists from North America.
Oh, well. Getting ever closer, guys. Opening things up as well. That'll help. He will get caught, though. There's a flank brewing. Becomes a little awkward. Now actually sort of pincered in a way towards this B side. They've really basically got to commit towards this plant HCZ in the smoke as Brando finds him. Takes a lot of damage, but the fact that he's still alive is pretty commendable in itself. Trying to push on towards bridge. That's a risky one. Brando will fall. Magic going to try and trade, and he will get it before he himself falls. Going to behind here as well. It's not going to get caught. That's a C4. This is carnage. There's no synergy in this round at the moment. But it's a 1 versus 1, and he sort of lost track of where Famous is. And Famous, he's never going to lose those sort of fights. Nice play by him. 1 round away.
Match point. National finals on the line for North America. Swamp Gaming. They seem ready to try and get themselves across the line here. Kai's opens it up. Mina goes down. LSN looks for the repeat. Kai's good for a 2-0 start on the round for Swamp Gaming. Now in a 3-on-5 situation. It's going to be a full rotation. Supreme knows they've got to gamble everything they've got left towards the B bomb site. It's going to be go to find one. Brando, though, on the backstab. They might actually be able to hang on here for a moment longer. And they're going to do it. The 3v5 cleanup. Supreme, keep the dream alive.
Yeah, okay. Supreme. Nothing to lose, so they go aggressive in the fight, and hey, it works. Again, total control has been so important. It's Josh to come on top for the first. Oh, another as well as Josh doubles it down. This could be starting to see where the cracks appear for Supreme. They could be crumbling.
Yeah, you can see Imagine and Brando kind of turtling up to try and figure out if there is indeed an opportunity to win this 2-on-5 exchange, but the C4 actually hasn't even fully committed just yet. They're trying to keep these lurkers out to maybe catch them off guard instead of just going in guns blazing this time around. I like the change in pacing here from Swamp Gaming. It's going to keep Brando especially in this mid-lurk position, second guessing, but now he's been spotted out as well. The writing's on the wall. Imagine it is a 1v5 or bust. There's nothing now standing in the way of Swamp Gaming. Famous gets the spot as well. Onto him, that's gonna be it. Swamp Gaming, they pull off the 3-0, and they will be your national champions for North America.
Honestly, expected, right, ultimately, and I think this is a side that are now ready to prove that they actually do have so much depth behind them, right? This is a really, really good showing from Swamp Gaming. This is a side that do legitimately look quite scary, and they have the individuals to shine. And, you know, we're looking at a performance like that where, you know, we didn't require Famous to go completely nuclear every single map. They have so much depth in this team now. It's a really exciting time for Swamp. Booking their spot, they're expected to book it, but the fact that they do it and they do it cleanly, not dropping a map, is what we want to see. So real credit to them. But for myself and Carl, we are done for the day. So we're going to throw it back over towards the boys on the desk. Thank you for joining us. We'll see you soon.
As most people did expect, and me and Penguin aside, congratulations to the team that actually deserved it, Penguin Swamp Gaming. I mean, man, they showed us heart, they showed us soul, and they do deserve to be qualified to the grand finales of the CFS.
Yeah, everybody expected Swamp Gaming to be going to the CFS Grand Finals, and they did it and they delivered. They are the contender of the North American region, and they are one of the best teams in the North American region. So nothing much to say, but the way that they showed us their performance was just very good for everybody who's watching, because yeah, everybody expected Swamp Gaming winning, but we didn't expect Swamp Gaming performing this good, because we are talking about they didn't drop a single map since their upper bracket finals versus upper bracket semifinals versus Supreme Stars, and then they match him again on the finals, as we can see 2-0 versus Supreme Stars, and they'll go again and dropping 3-0 versus them. One of them was 10-1 and the other just also almost a stomp.
And they have no room for loser bracket. Like, they don't want to go loser bracket. They just advance, keep advancing till they advance to the CFS 2025 Grand Finale. This is your contender, Swamp Gaming. Super deserved, honestly. It's so little when you see a team that just have this clean, smooth paradox of games. It's a win after win after win, and it's not even close, by the way. Penguin, most of the games from Swamp Gaming was one-sided, if not all of them. So I think globally they would play under the name of North America, and actually represented a good representation.
Yeah, I guess they played very good, and we've seen also the team is not relying on a one-man army right now, because they used to rely only on Famous dropping the bombs, or Kais as well, but now they have HZZ, Snox and Josh as well stepping up huge this time and making Swamp Gaming way looking better, because because you should not rely on Famous if you're going to CFS Grand Finals, or Kais, or any other player. You just rely on your teamwork, and that's what we are seeing from them right now, and that's exactly what improved in Swamp Gaming. They played very good in the West League Season 1 and Season 2. The guys are still competing and also going to be in CFS League Season 1 2026, and now they are in the CFS 2025 Grand Final. This is a huge win for Swamp Gaming, just in a row.
Yeah, third time in a row. Swamp Gaming just knows their comfort zone, and they just keep doing it one time after another. And if anything, they do deserve it. And a good point that Penguin did mention is that they do not rely on one player. They just don't rely on one player. The five of them and the coach are just feeling it, man. Every player has his own weight. Every player can carry his own, weight, his own role. The sniper does the sniper job, the lurking, the flank watcher, the IGL. Everyone's just doing what he's meant to be doing, man. And at the end of the day, they did deserve to have this one, and they did deserve to be in such place.
Yeah, and exactly. And we've seen also some very good clutches from the guys on Swamp Gaming. The guys, it's 2v4s for them. It's just a casual clutch that you can just flip it just in a second or a blink of an eye. And if you watch how they play these clutches, it's just so much experience put in these clutches. You've seen the movements of the
That's
players, the coordination between the two players versus the four, how confident they are in such clutch situation, because you need this. That's why we are mentioning this, because you need this in the on LAN. On LAN you need the clutch situations because it's a very important factor for you to win rounds.
True.
And rounds wins you games, and games wins you matches, and matches gets you points. So clutches is a very, very important factor on LAN. If you don't win your clutches, it's gonna be very tough for you. And as we can see, Famous again popping up with 2.13 KD, but I guess the overall MVP of the CFS regional finals for the North American region is gonna be Kais, because Kais was consistently so good. The guy had
super consistent.
yeah, he had 2.5 KD even before coming into this series, and now you have 1.22 KD, which is not bad as well. So I guess Kais or Famous, okay, match MVP is Famous, but
the whole series MVP.
yeah, I guess the whole series MVP is Famous, definitely, because he played very good in this series and in the other series as well. But I guess the whole tournament MVP is gonna be Kais.
I mean, it should be Kais. I mean,
yeah, he had a very phenomenal KD. If Pyrex was here, maybe we would say it's Pyrex, but Kais had a phenomenal tournament, in my opinion.
Performance. Yeah. Every time I'm just on the desk, I've been seeing Kai's name over and over again. I've been here like 3-4 times, and it's just guys keep getting in my way, repeating the same performance, and it's so hard to be consistent in such tournament and such intense vibes. To be that consistent over and over and over again, it's super hard. Yet he can, and he knows how to keep the heat and how to keep it coming from the side. That's what I'm gaming, ladies and gentlemen, keeping it nice and clean and smooth, and being the qualifier to the grand finale. Keep in mind, Famous in every 1v1 or 1v2 clutch he was delivering.
He's just the favorite in any clutch situation. If you're talking about 1v3, you just favor Famous. If you're talking about 1v2, it's definitely his. If you're talking about 1v1, it's a deadly situation for the enemy team, because the guy is not missing his shots. And we've seen a lot of these clutches. We've seen two of them on port, or 3 of them on port 1v1s. We've seen also on Eagle Eye 1v1 when the guy was on bar in hotel and Famous just shoots him one tap head. And we've seen him a lot of other clutch situations with Skies 2v4s and everything. So if this guy is clutching for you and getting you rounds, then you don't need to overextend into the enemy team's depth.
Yeah.
You just want Famous to do your
100%.
to do his magic job and his magic work versus the enemies.
100%, man. And I think one of the main reasons, one of the key reasons with Swam Gaming winning is so if let's say, for example, any one of the teams just dies, if it's Famous, Kais is there, man. And speaking about Famous, man, hey, why not take a moment and speak with the big man himself, Famous. Let's have a quick interview with him. Hey, legend, how are you feeling after this win? And congratulations of qualifying to the CFS Grand Finales.
Feeling pretty good, man. Feeling pretty good. They put up a good fight, and honestly, it was a tight one for the first match. I mean, they did a good job of changing up their sub base, and it was impressive. And I was maybe a little bit worried, but the team remained strong, man. They carried me out that first map for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, man, you did great. The whole team did great. Let me ask you something, man. Like, that's it for the at least for this region. Now, who do you think, or what team are you super excited to play against global wise?
Well, you know what? Okay, if AG's in my bracket again, I swear something is rigged somewhere. And maybe it's not in CFS, but maybe my life is rigged. I'm not sure. But anyways, I'm looking forward to my boy LSY and Pietro. They need to make it through EU, because I need to smack them up on LAN. They've been talking too much.
Understandable.
Okay, so you're looking for the guys. You're looking for Inner Circle or Ping Pong Pads. You want to be beating Petro, because the guys are split it now.
Wait, no, yeah, LSY and Pietro, they're both on Ping Pong Pals.
Okay, you're looking for Ping Pong Pals, so he's looking to revenge.
Catch up, come on.
Revenge, man.
Yeah, you're looking for a revenge, yeah. Okay, now you're going for the CFS 2025, and you guys are kind of changing the mixed up your team. What are your expectations right now? Because you are now going with 2 imports. Last year you had 1 import, now you have 2 imports. You have big names, you have Snox and HZZ on your lines, so you should be expecting more.
Absolutely, we're expecting more. I mean, just look at the way Snox played during this qualifier. HZ leading the team. I mean, we didn't have the best practice regiment leading up to this qualifier. So for HZ to be able to lead us to success, and it was kind of a lot of random stuff that he's just thinking on the top of his head and just leading us through it all. And then Snox is just fragging out like a beast. The rest of my team as well, both beasts. The other 2 are also beasts. But you're talking about the imports. There you go. You know?
Yeah. Because you're going for his imports, so this is the kind of
Yeah,
show
yeah.
that we want to be seeing. In the end, I guess it's congratulations for you, and we're gonna be seeing you soon in CFS
Congrats,
Grand
man.
Finals. And we hope that you don't have AG this time in your packs, because otherwise something is
I
rigged
hope so
with you.
too.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Famous, and thank you for being with us. I'm gonna let you celebrate the win with the boys. And yeah, Penguin, I mean, what a humble guy. I mean, he's confident, humble, yet super excited for what's next. It feels like for him, job's not finished yet.
He's kind of he wanna revenge his
Yeah.
loss
It's
versus
for
Petro.
him, job's not finished.
Yeah, so because he lost to one team, so he wanna be revenging it, and yeah, that's it.
I mean, he was the match MVP, but who's the whole tournament MVP? I think you already...
I said maybe Kai's, yeah.
I think it's going to be Kai's, if I'm not mistaken, too.
Yep.
And yep, that's Kai's, ladies and gentlemen, the regional finals MVP, coming on the hot with 1.88 KDA.
Yeah, the guy just did so good among all the series that he played. It's not only one game, one match, and one series. It's just consistently so good. When he goes to his servers and he plays with his own ping, this guy's just unmatchable. Every single fight he takes, he just finds the angle and finds the trade for his teammates.
True, and he does deserve this title, of course. And keep in mind, you have the match MVP Famous, you have the sniper who's already there from Team Storm Gaming, and you have Kai's who's always there. It's just super intense, and if anything, they do deserve this victory. Man, Penguin, it was a ride, a long one, of course. Do you have any other final words before closing down this
Just
show?
congrats for Storm Gaming, definitely for qualifying. Hard luck for the other teams, and we're looking forward to see them with a good shape in the CFS.
Hopefully, man, hopefully. So that's it from me, Hazem, and Penguin, of course. Hope you have a great night, because I'm pretty sure Swamp Gaming will have a great night. See you guys.